hanging at the Met. Congratulations, Robert Irwin.
Yeah.
A sweet-seeming boy who sambaed on the heartstrings of millions this year, culminating in a victory that's going to send him home to Australia with the Mirrorball Trophy. His destiny was pretty clear from the start. Son of course, Steve Irwin, the crocodile hunter. The 21-year-old's kind demeanor, humble banter, and affection for animals and his mother was a recipe for Dancing with the Stars' popularity. The sole task was to keep the momentum, and that he did with the guidance, of course, from his partner, Whitney Carson. Other finalists this season included Alex Earl, Dylan Efron, and Elaine Hendricks. But in the end, none were a match for Irwin's skills on the dance floor, which included 2 perfect scores, his beloved status outside of the studio as well. The winner was chosen using a combination of live viewer votes and judges' scores.
So I watched about an hour and a half of it, and I mean, you know, the thing is, they get in such phenomenal shape, and his dance partner is just flat out gorgeous.
Yeah.
You know, but they're doing like some gymnastic stuff. If he came from no dance experience whatsoever, it is pretty friggin' impressive.
Irwin is the second person of his family to win. His older sister, Bindi, won in 2015. She won the whole thing. I'd forgotten about that completely.
By the way, Bindi was there with her husband. She looks phenomenal. He looks phenomenal. There's a lot of good DNA in that croc hunter.
Yeah.
What? Okay, hang on a second. Is Bindi short for Binthia? Like, what is Bindi short for? Or is it straight up Bindi?
Daphne.
Daphne.
I
have no idea.
No idea. I've never considered it being short for something. I just thought it was her name.
Bindens.
So
Yeah, it's her name. Yeah,
Okay.
it's Bindi.
Bindi is short for Bindi.
All right, so Brigitte Bardot is back in the headlines as French outlets are reporting that she's been hospitalized in the south of France with what they're calling a serious health issue. I mean, she's 91 years old.
Yeah, you would imagine.
She was admitted to, as you can imagine,
Yeah, as you can imagine.
As you can imagine, Brigitte Bardot.
St. Jean Hospital in Toulon about 10 days ago and is still receiving care. This stay is reportedly linked to the same undisclosed condition that she faced earlier in the fall, shortly before she returned home to Saint-Tropez following what her team called a minor procedure.
This could not happen at a worse time because she was training. She is going to judo fight a bull.
Oh, wow.
And this puts that on hold.
The news arrives just weeks after she shut down rumors of her death, issuing a firm statement after an influencer falsely claimed that she had passed. Bardot, who has dealt with several health scares in recent years, including breathing issues during a 2023 heat wave, continues to be closely monitored.
In her heyday as a like a 60s sex symbol, she was amazing.
Yeah.
But I mean, over the course of the years, she's had some issues.
Yeah. Louis C.K. was recently photographed kissing Mimi O'Donnell, the longtime partner of the late Philip Seymour Hoffman.
I want to kiss you.
The two were spotted while walking around with a dog in New York City.
I want to kiss you.
And I want the dog to watch.
The two, yeah, right, that would be what he wanted. The two appear pretty cozy, with C.K. Seen cradling O'Donnell's head and touching her face.
Don't touch my face!
O'Donnell hasn't publicly dated since Hoffman's 2014 death. Of course, Louis was married to Alex Bailey from 1995 to 2008.
So he's kind of he's reclaimed, if not 100%, about 80% of his.
Well, he owned it.
Yeah.
You know, and like he's admitted how gross and awful it was, and I think he's made some amends and apologized. And you know, I don't think he did anything criminal.
No, he didn't. Well,
No, but he would whip out a Johnson and jerk it in front of people.
that's
Certainly unethical and awful. I'm not excusing the behavior at all. It's really all reprehensible what he did. But I think that there was a legal line that he didn't quite cross.
Okay. Yeah.
It was, all right, so it was more like he didn't just like whip it out. He would ask if he could.
He did, yeah. And one of those people was Tig Notaro.
Yeah.
Yeah, that he was in front of. And I think that's where it came crashing down, Case.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to see if somebody knows the answer to the question. What is the name of the airline that leaves the gang stranded in Wichita on planes, trains, and automobiles? We're going to go to Joe. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Joe, do you know the answer?
American Airlines.
That is wrong.
Oh.
And Nick has confirmed it. We do have the correct answer here. So dig a little deeper, folks. All right, so this is really weird. Kate Beckinsale was on Jimmy Kimmel Live. You saw this?
I heard about it.
All right, so when the actor stopped by to plug her movie Wildcats this week, the interview took a very weird turn when she revealed to the world that her daughter's boyfriend lays eggs.
Yeah.
Real shell and yolk eggs.
What?
Number one, she looks really odd. She's had a lot of work done. And she is telling this story like straight, okay?
And I can see it.
The whole time.
And you know why I can see it? Eggs are expensive.
Yeah. Oh.
And if you get the opportunity to get freshly laid eggs, even if they're coming from your daughter's boyfriend, go for it.
It's really strange. You need to see this. So she told the story of how the panicked young man emerged from the bathroom with an egg that he claimed he laid and then days later claimed to have done so again. To Jimmy's credit, he kept a mostly straight face during the story, finally declaring that he solved the mystery that her daughter's boyfriend is in fact the Easter Bunny.
Oh.
But you need to see this because it's just...
Do you remember she was
she's insanely dumb.
Yeah.
And doesn't realize that this kid's playing a joke on her, or I don't know what's going on.
She is very smart. She is well schooled. But she did have a period where she was in the hospital for like 3 or 4 months, and there was depression and all these things. She may be going through a period with that. I hope she comes out of it.
She does not look like herself.
No, she does not.
No, she looks more like Victoria Beckham, I think, now. She's a little bit thinner, and the lips are plumped up, and I would not, if you showed me this, I would not say that that's Kate Beckinsale. I mean, she looks lovely, actually. She doesn't look like her.
Yeah. She's also a new spokesman for the farm industry, so maybe this is what the Poultry Association.
All right, so Stranger Things fever is officially back in full swing, and fans are binging like their lives depend on it as they gear up for the long-awaited 5th and final season. For the first time ever, all 4 previous seasons have crashed into Netflix's top 10 at the same time. Season 1 jumped in at number 3 with 4.1 million views, and Season 4, 2, and 3 landed at 5th, 7th, and 9th spots. And with Season 5 premiering today at 8 p.m. Eastern, with its first 4 episodes, viewers are clearly rushing to decode every last possible Easter egg.
So I have to wonder, now obviously we have an infrastructure in place that can handle a heavy load when it comes on, something is very popular. But when you have globally it debuting to this evening, I wonder if you're going to get a little bit of buffering.
Yeah, don't know. There may be, we'll have to see, but I am beyond excited about this whole thing. In fact, do we have that clip? Was that clip sent over?
Yeah, I think Sam grabbed it.
Yep. Yeah, so this is on the Tonight Show. They did a super cut of the cast members essentially telling you what has happened on the show. And this is great. I love it.
Preston, Lucas, Will, Steve,
Robin, Starport Mall,
the best in Hawkins, Mike,
11.
We've been crushing.
There's no time. They found the Russians.
Ice cream,
Spy Team,
Susie Poo,
Billy, Killing,
Get the Crew, Beat the Flair,
Fight for Glory,
Full Cut, Never Ending Story. Preston, stop! Look where the time is.
Vecna's here. He wants to find us. Upside down.
It's right behind us.
Chrissy, wake up! I don't like this.
Vecna's coming. Out to kill.
Hurry, go! Run up that hill.
Mom's in Russia. Okay. But Ella's here
To save the day.
It's well done. It's well done.
I sent you this last night, Preston, but I know you watch it a lot. I have so many questions, and I've forgotten so many things. So I watched a Screen Crush video, and it's, I think, 15 minutes, and it recaps really well all 14 seasons, or 14 minutes, all 4 seasons. So I feel like pretty well caught up. I know that there's details that I will have missed, but it's just there's so much that happened over the last decade, really.
And the Duffer Brothers have released, if you want to do a quick recap just to bring you back up to speed, because we've rewatched it several times. In fact, we just finished season 2 again a couple of days ago. But there are specific episodes that the Duffer Brothers are recommending that you watch ahead of time.
That's cool.
I know that one of them is season 2, Will the Wise. They say season 1 and 2 are going to be the most important ones for you to get up to speed on because they're going to go back to the origins.
Yeah.
And so they have listed. Here we go, Nick. Season 2, episode 4, Will the Wise. Season 2, episode 6, The Spy. Just watched that one recently. Season 4, episode 7, The Massacre at Hawkins Lab. And then season 4, episode 9, The Piggyback. If you watch those, you will be prepared for season 5.
I think I'm pretty good to go. I mean, I watched them and I absorbed a lot, and I'm just ready to jump in.
I think it would be crazy surprised about what you've let slide over the years of not watching it, because we learn stuff every single time we watch a new season.
Yeah.
There's a lot in there, and it's really, really cool. But watching a recap like Screen Crush is definitely going to help you get ready and bring you back up to speed. It's a very, very dense story. So by that, I don't mean stupid.
Yeah.
I mean a lot of stuff.
dense?
So it's tonight. Looking forward to it. Very, very much so. Wicked for Good. If you're still hungry for more from the land of Oz, Gregory Maguire, author of Wicked, The Life and Times of the Wicked Witch of the West, on which the Wicked films are based, is sharing Galinda Upland's backstory in a new book. Galinda, A Charmed Childhood, will dig into the Good Witch's past. The novel's description, the youngest of four children in a highborn family. Down on their luck, Galinda is both pampered and ignored. Her natural grace promises to elevate her in the district dance competitions, but these efforts distract her from seeing the growing resentments of local merchants who disapprove of her family's business strategies. And for those who are not familiar with the Wicked series, there are 8 books in all. Elphaba's backstory was already published in Elfie, A Wicked Childhood, which came out earlier this year. Galinda, A Charmed Childhood, comes out next September.
I'm surprised to learn that Galinda had briefly had an OnlyFans account, which was caught me from left.
Why wouldn't she?
Yeah.
All right. And by the way, speaking of, if you're fans of more movies, some of the stars want more. And with both movies taking in boatloads of money, the odds that the studio is going to create another, full Wicked franchise. Yeah, you want to bet on it happening. So Universal Pictures Chief Marketing Officer told Vulture, because of Wicked's success, but also the fanship, we have almost a responsibility to figure out how we can continue in this universe.
Yeah, that $150 million opening weekend helped too.
And he said, have we figured it out yet? No, but there are things underway. So,
we have an obligation.
all right. I'm going to finally see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. This is probably the longest we've ever gone on this, but I'm going to go to Jennifer. Hi, Jennifer. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. Jennifer, releases from our pain. Tell us what airline leaves Neil and Dell stuck in Wichita.
Mid-Central
Yes,
Airlines.
Mid-Central. It's a fake airline. Hang on a second, Jennifer. Got to sell some tickets to see Baru Review Saturday, November 29th, Ardmore Music Hall, and you can get your tickets at ardmoremusichall.com. And Ben Stein is the
he's the guy working the desk.
Is working the desk for Mid Central. I love it.
Mid Central.
Thank you, Ben. By the way, not Ben Stein, but Ben Woodring, intern Ben, for giving me that question, which is a pretty cool one. As we head into
My pleasure. As you can imagine.
As you can imagine. Let me see a couple other things to mention. How about this? Oh, Netflix has announced the host and premiere date for its upcoming Star Search reboot. Anthony Anderson will take the role originated by the late Ed McMahon, guiding undiscovered talent in America's living rooms and perhaps a new career in the spotlight.
He's already hosting like 5 different game shows.
The talent competition premieres on January 13th. Episodes airing live Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Episodes will include real-time voting for viewers to help pick which contestants advance in the competition.
I remember when that show debuted, the original Star Search, and I remember that at that point, there was a point where I started to get into stand-up comedy, and I was just getting into it. A lot of the comedians I was seeing were getting on that show. Rosie O'Donnell was one of them.
Right.
And a guy I know for the longest time, a friend named Steve-O. It was that was a potential
loved it, man.
catapult. Yeah.
It was in syndication from 1983 to 95, and actually, Steve, also Dave Chappelle and Adam Sandler were featured on there. Plus Beyonce, Justin Timberlake, and Britney Spears.
And Ed McMahon.
And many more. So, yeah, Ed McMahon was the host.
Gobble, gobble, goo, and gobble, gobble, giggle.
Thank you.
And that is a lyric.
Yeah.
That is a lyric.
That's actual
McCartney-esque.
Words to a song right there.
Gobble, gobble, giggle.
Yeah.
That's
Gobble, gobble, goo, and gobble, gobble, giggle.
That's where I have to check out on the Thanksgiving song. But at the time when it came out, it was just, we loved it. It was silly and stupid and ridiculous, and that was it.
This is deep, man. You don't get it.
Yeah. Gobble, gobble, goo. So Paramount will release Rush Hour 4 for Warner Brothers, according to sources who told details to Deadline. The collab comes as Paramount is currently bidding to acquire Warner Brothers. Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker are said to be returning for the sequel. Fans of the franchise have been begging for a new entry for years now, as Rush Hour 3 came out way back in 2007.
Wow.
So, yeah, Paramount is...
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
looking like they're moving ahead for a fourth entry in the franchise.
I enjoyed the first one, and as always, they start to peter off.
Yeah, it never really... It didn't melt my butter.
No, it's not like Rod Stewart.
I know it was very successful and people loved it, and I like Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker both, but it just never really, it didn't do it for me.
Did you like that movie Shanghai Noon with Owen Wilson?
It was all right. I mean, Shanghai Noon. I was thinking of the follow-up.
Yeah.
I loved Shanghai Noon.
I thought it was a lot of fun.
I thought it
was better than Rush Hour.
Yeah, I definitely got a kick out of it. What was the second one called? Shanghai Noon.
Shanghai
Nights. Yeah,
they go to England.
Nights with a K.
Yeah,
they're being clever.
That one. And there you go.
Yeah.
They took it a little bit far, but I did like. And the outtakes of that one,
terrific,
are great. By the way. So, all right, and then finally, Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning arrives on Paramount Plus on December 4th. The movie follows Ethan Hunt's race to stop the all-powerful AI known as the Entity.
He finally meets his brother Michael Hunt.
Oh, and the film stars Tom Cruise, Haley Atwell, Simon Pegg, and many more. It premiered out of competition at the 2025 Cannes Film Festival and hit U.S. theaters on May 23rd. Raked in $598 million at the global box office. So that is coming out on December 4th on Paramount Plus.
Ethan, it's me. It's Mike. Mike Hunt.
Your cousin, Marvin Berry.
You know what?
There's sound you've been looking for. What is that? It's called a queef. We're stopping a nuclear war.
Come on, Mike. Come on.
Forget the queef for a moment.
There's one more story I wanted to share because this is fun and you guys will want to check it out. It's Chris Hemsworth. He recently shared that one of his first unofficial acting gigs was him impersonating Steve Irwin in a home movie that he made. Yeah. And that moment is highlighted in his new Hulu Disney Plus documentary, Chris Hemsworth, A Road Trip to Remember. The film shows a childhood home video of Hemsworth tracking a pretend Siberian tiger Australian fox, which is actually his family dog in the backyard. And he and his parents are watching the footage together. And at the end of it, he goes, well, there's that, and then Thor. And it turns out that his impression of the legendary crocodile hunter has one very important fan. Robert Irwin, Steve's kid, had praised a tribute saying, I reckon Dad would have been stoked.
I like Robert Irwin and the family and the mom who's never, after Steve Irwin, that was it. That was clearly the love of her life. But, Steve Irwin was a global personality, but in Australia, he was like mega huge.
Did you ever see the Crocodile Hunter movie? It was really weird, Steve. They interlaced a story that was going on.
I thought it had like a fictional thing.
It did, but it also had his moments of doing what he did,
right.
Grabbing crocodiles and snakes and stuff like that. And somehow or another, it was a very strange thing to watch. It was
like a hybrid?
Yeah, I couldn't.
Yeah, I think that's why I'm having trouble remembering if I saw it, because parts of it played like a regular sort of documentary.
Yes.
But there were clearly scripted parts.
There was some kind of nefarious thing that was going on.
Crikey!
It was really odd in filmmaking terms on how they married that whole thing together, because it wasn't Steve Irwin just playing this straight dramatic role. He was doing these, like you said, documentary type moments, but that they had, there were explosions and spy stuff going on. It was really odd.
Some of that seems made up.
It does. I don't get it. All right. So it's Wednesday. We're going into a holiday weekend, and there are movies opening for the holiday weekend. So we're going to do our best to tell you all about them. All right, opening this week, and we have Zootopia 2. It's an animated comedy and adventure. It stars Jennifer Goodwin, Jason Bateman, and Kihei Kwan. Detectives Judy Hopps and Nick Wilde find themselves on the twisting trail of a mysterious reptile who arrives in Zootopia and turns the mammal metropolis upside down. To crack the case, Judy and Nick must go undercover to unexpected new parts of town where the growing partnership is tested like never before. It's an hour and 48 minutes long. It's rated PG. It's a wide theater release, and it gets a nice 92% score.
Look for that to do well.
Tomatoes.
Yeah.
Wake Up Dead Man, a Knives Out mystery, also opens. It's a mystery and thriller starring Daniel Craig, Glenn Close, and Mila Kunis. Detective Benoit Blanc sifts through a series of suspects when a Monsignor turns up dead. 2 hours and 20 minutes long, rated PG-13. It's a limited theater release. It will debut on Netflix December 12th, but the score is high as well, 95% at Rotten Tomatoes. And then finally, Killer Raccoons 2, Dark Christmas in the Dark. Dark Christmas in the Dark.
That's the title.
It's a holiday comedy / action film starring Yang Miller, Ron Lynch, and Zach Riedmailer. On a snowy Christmas Eve, former mild-mannered college student Casey Smallwood is released from prison after serving 10 years for underage drinking.
Wait, Steve, this is the one that got the half-hour standing ovation
at Cannes Film Festival. Yeah.
Okay, now I know. Okay.
Eager to get out of town, he hops on the express train to Washington, D.C., but after the Holiday Express takes off into the winter wilderness, it's hijacked by an angry gang of domestic terrorists and highly intelligent, government-trained raccoons.
All right.
It's an hour and 36 minutes long. It's rated R, and oddly, there's no reviews at Rotten Tomatoes.
That's weird. You want to get the word out.
As of yet. So that's what's opening this weekend. We now have some clips to play for you. Stranger Things Season 5 is finally here, and fans' number one concern is who is not going to make it out of Hawkins alive. And here, Natalia Dyer and Maya Hawke give their take on killing off characters.
I want to protect the favorite characters. I also want the story
to the benefit of the
story and like
kill them all. Someone needs to be sacrificed.
And also it's like it was so fun as an actor to get to have a moment of bravery or risk, and so it's like The only thing that would break my heart is if like a character I love died in a way that was like lame.
Yeah. By the way, Natalia Dyer, in leading up to all of this release of this season, they've all been doing the red carpet and so on, and she's been doing a lot of photo shoots. She is stunningly gorgeous.
I always thought she was pretty, and now
Me too.
she's like screen siren pretty.
Yeah.
But I think I agree with you very much so on the genesis of her character from very much sort of a meek.
Yep.
Now she's like,
bookish.
F it.
Oh, and her thing is, and what they did brilliantly, I think, because when you have someone who is as petite as she is, and you try to make her a badass, it doesn't really work. But what they've done with her is she's the weapons gal.
Yeah.
She is the first one to grab a gun and go at it. And I love that they've done that with her character. It's awesome. Stranger Things Season 5, Volume 1 streams on Netflix, 8 o'clock tonight.
Tonight.
All right, next clip. Here we go. The Beatles anthology on Disney Plus delivers a vivid, riveting dive into the band's rise and chaos using rare footage and candid stories. Giles Martin, son of the great producer George Martin of the Beatles, dives into the special part of working on this series.
It's what's inside them, and that's what it's about. And it's that energy. Imagine they have the energy now as Paul is an 85-year-old man. Imagine what it's like when he was 22. Yeah. And we can hear it in the anthology. It's that life force that is just, it's insurmountable.
Where are y'all going? What?
There's a clip of George Martin that I love to go back and visit from time to time, and he's at an advanced age, and he's sitting there, he's talking to his grandchildren or his granddaughter,
right,
and he's telling her about the first time he met the Beatles, and it is so sweet, it is so wonderful, and he just talks about, he's like, I thought the music was okay, he's like, but what sold me was their personality and who they were and the wonderful people that they were. It's so sweet. If you ever get a chance to look that up, it's worth watching. The first 3 episodes of the Beatles anthology will begin streaming tonight. You can find that on Disney Plus.
Another good thing to watch.
Yep, and that's your entertainment report, gang. All right, we have a lot happening today. I tend to say that a lot, and that's a good thing. We have our Word of the Week prize we're giving away today because we're wrapping up the work week. We have Fox Good Day. We're going to check into those guys. We have cast members of Back to the Future Future, the musical at the Academy of Music stopping in. So, both Doc Brown and Marty McFly, the actors, are going to be here in our studio.
The pivotal roles.
Yep. We have a special Thanksgiving Connoisseur segment to get to. I'm going to try to figure out when we go into this commercial break when we're going to do that. And which we should probably do it next, I think.
Yeah. It's the only time.
And we have a station announcement, a show announcement to make in the 8 o'clock hour. About an hour from now, we're going to reveal that information, and you're going to want to be present for that. We'll take a break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us, please. I would go
Stink is in the name.
get something like a tissue or whatever.
Yeah.
Now I grab them with my hand and throw them outside. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they don't bite or anything.
No,
right?
they don't bite or anything, but still, they're,
They say, though, like if you can flush them, or because if you crack them, the pheromones, well, that also attracts other stink bugs.
I throw them outside.
Well, I mean, the look of this thing, though, come on.
It looks terrifying.
Yeah, it looks terrifying. I would not be okay if I found this anywhere near me. So I just had this debate with a friend of mine. We were first talking about mice and snakes, and she lives on a farm, and she had a mouse in her sink, and it couldn't get out because it couldn't crawl up the walls of the steel sink, and so she had to FaceTime her mom and dad because her husband was away to help her get it out and what to do, and she had to put the cup over it, slide the plate underneath it, and then of course she threw it literally right outside the door. Her mom was like, "It's gonna come back in."
Right. It wants to be inside.
So anyway, we were talking about that, and I go, "Well, at least it wasn't a snake." She goes, "No, I'll take a snake over a mouse." I was like, "No way."
That seems to be opposite of what most people would probably say.
I would die. I was cleaning out my planters, and there was this little tiny thing in there, and I was digging. I had gloves on, but I was digging my hands in to get some of the soil out, and that thing moved, and I almost died.
I would love to have seen that.
I would love to have seen that. I was like, "Jace, come here, get that!" And he picked it up with his hands. He's like, "This?" I'm like, "Oh my God, get it out of here! Take it away!" Yeah, I was
snake?
dying. It was a snake.
And you let Chase go in and grab it with his bare hands?
He was fine. He was like, "I'll get it."
All right.
Kids are good with the venom, Preston.
But anyway, then it went to spider. We both agreed. We were like, well, at least it's not a spider. And so if it had these colors, it's to me
beautiful.
that looks deadly.
Yeah.
I don't know. Listen. I think it is a good-looking bug.
Okay. Question with that: are you the type that would allow a spider to crawl on you and have no problem with that?
No.
Okay. All right.
Not that good looking.
No way.
But I'm not bugged out by them. A lot of times I'll let spiders go in my house because they take care of the other bugs.
No, I will as well, depending on, because they will take care of the others, and that's fine, like in the basement or something like that. But I see this thing crawling around, I'm moving.
Still in my house.
We used to have, when I lived in the South, there were these big yellowish spiders, and I forgot what they were called. And they would get huge, man.
Look at the story. Yes, I know. And
it had yellow markings on it, but I don't remember what it was.
Are those out west as well? Because I remember.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I don't know what breed. But we were talking like this. Like a recluse is pretty big as well, right?
It's not that big.
Not as big as this mother effer.
But I mean, maybe bigger than a $50 or something like that. Maybe that size.
And we had the story last week about the guy actually started to have, he had flesh-eating disease because of it.
Yeah, it'll necrotize. It'll actually kill the parts of your flesh, and it can be messed up. Hang on, Tom's got a spider story. Hey, Tom, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, good morning, buddy. What's up?
Hey, so I work in New Jersey. I'm a meter reader for a utility company. I'm actually doing the route today, but I have to go into utility rooms to read a meter, and we leave messages for each other on our little processors. They give us heads up about stuff.
Okay.
And I come up to this route, and the message says Spider Cave, and I am just like,
oh no,
I'm just
Spider Cave.
What am I getting into? So I find the utility room. I open the door. There is a ton of cobwebs and spider webs everywhere, which I'm used to. I start kind of cleaning up the webs to make my way to the meter, and no joke, about 5 or 6 spiders drop from the ceiling.
Oh.
And I was just like, nope. I got out of there, and the rest of the day I was stripping my sweatshirt off, just panicking that something's crawling on me.
Dude, yes. No, so any idea, did you even have enough time to identify what type of spiders they might have been?
It was so dark in there, I couldn't even see it.
Yeah.
And like, you know how they show those videos of people outside in the dark, and you see all those glowing little things in the grass, and it turns out they're spiders?
Right.
After they all fell, I shined it up into the ceiling, and I could see like little specks. I'm like, yeah, I'm never going in there again.
Go in with a flamethrower, man. That's.
Oh, I wish. I wanted to go like alien Ripley.
Right. Wow.
Oh, no.
That's terrible, Tom.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, man.
I can't take that.
Nick pulled up a chart of spiders in the United States and their level of dangerousness,
right,
or danger, however you want to put it. So, the brown there are 3 that are ranked as deadly and dangerous.
Okay.
This is the Black Widow is another. I remember seeing those when I was a kid.
Wait, so
they're
we
easy to spot.
We have all of these here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like in our
Black
house?
Widows
Like they'll
and
come in our house?
Yeah,
Yes,
they're in
you
your
can
home,
have
right?
it,
It's
yeah.
like 6 underneath your chair right now.
I put some in your coffee.
And Steve, one I've never heard of called the hobo spider.
Yeah, they ride trains and eat stew.
So here's a spider bite first aid for those are keep the patient calm, apply ice to decrease the pain and swelling, and use anti-inflammatories for pain relief, and contact your doctor.
If you're working around,
take some Advil and you'll be okay.
Exactly. If you're working around in your garage or in your basement, you need to wear gloves if you're moving stuff around. I always do.
Yeah. All right, here are the and then the other levels. So those are the deadly and dangerous.
Right.
Then you have toxic, which is poisonous, painful bite. So maybe like a bee sting, or something like that. So you have the female mouse spider, which appears to be the biggest of all of these.
How big?
The largest body. I don't know. I'm just looking at, at pictures of them.
That thick black spider?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's got large pinchers and a big butt on it. So
I like big butts. I can't deny.
You can't deny that. Point to the mouse spider for him, Nick. Yeah, that one.
Oh, all right.
Then you have the male mouse spider, which is smaller than that. The black house spider and the wolf spider. So these they can sting you essentially with their bite. They've got a venom. It's not going to kill you. Probably won't make you sick, but it'll hurt you. And then you have the low-risk spiders are the female trapdoor, the male trapdoor, the garden orb weaving, the St. Andrew's cross, and the huntsman spider.
Huntsmans
We
are
talked
big.
about that, yeah. And
We don't have those here, do we?
It says USA spider chart.
Are you kidding me?
Maybe they're around somewhere. And by the way, the one I was talking about, and we had a picture of it here a second ago that I used to see when I was a kid, was a yellow garden spider. Okay. Those things got huge. And this is terrible. I used to grab crickets or grasshoppers and throw them in their web, and it would just fly right over and just wrap them up really fast.
It's like that. Exactly. That's an actual audio of a spider. It's like that scene in Lord of the Rings when
dude, giant spiders scare the hell out of me.
Well, and we've talked about
I hate that.
There's no, hey, the line, hey, spider, are you feeling okay today? There's no feeling. There's no nothing.
Yeah. So you take like a lion or something like that. Okay. There's eyes. There's some type of.
There's a soul, maybe.
There's something in there.
You can pet it.
Something. But a spider.
It's a machine.
Yes. Something like that.
It won't stop.
Ever.
Until you're dead.
Which call you want me to go to your case?
Line 1.
All right, let me go to Paul. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, Paul?
I was bitten by a brown recluse before, and as I was telling her that I've had back surgery, I've had neck surgery, I've had 2 knee replacements. That spider bite was some of the worst pain I've ever felt in my life.
All right, so Paul, the initial bite or the pain that you experienced afterwards?
I had an open wound for 3 months.
An open wound for 3 months. That's actually common.
The reason I ask you that, Paul, is because I had a friend who had a similar thing. He was bitten on the leg, and he eventually went to the hospital, and sure enough, a hole started forming in his leg. And so, but he didn't remember, being bitten at the time. Did you?
No, I did not.
Okay. All right. So it was just,
It
it
was
was
the
after it got
aftermath.
in there
That
and the
seems to be-
venom did its work, right?
Common doesn't because people that I know who've been bitten will notice a circle. I guess it is. Is that the?
It's like a target,
right?
A blood blister had formed. I went to the ER. They lanced it, and then they said when I went back, the skin was still hanging off, and they said if it doesn't come off, you have to take it off surgically. So I went home and took it off myself with a razor blade. I don't know if that was.
Sounds like you went to the same medical school your dad went to.
Yep. My dad must know you. Yep.
It took about 3 months to heal, and the wound was the size of about a quarter. They gave me cream that they give to burn victims.
Did they give you antibiotics, Paul?
Yeah, they gave me antibiotics.
Yeah.
They gave me pain medicine. And they said if it didn't heal by itself, they're going to have to close it surgically, but thank God it healed.
Wow.
Oh, from a little rat prick spider.
And very painful. Just sore to the touch all around that area, I would assume.
Extremely. It was on the top of my foot. I had a really hard time walking.
All right. Well, glad you got through that. Thank you, Paul.
That's the reason why I am not going to stand there and look at it and decide whether or not it's that or something else. Sorry, you're in my house. You're getting smushed.
By the way, there's a certain similarity to the way a lot of them look, and I don't know if I want to.
No, I don't want to.
I don't want to interview them.
No.
We're looking at a picture. It says, how to identify a brown recluse spider? And this guy's got it sitting on the palm of his hand.
If it bites you and it hurts, it's a brown recluse spider.
There you go. That's how you identify
Good
it.
luck
Ow.
with the hole in your flesh.
Let's go to Tom here. Tom, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are y'all this morning?
Great. Tom, what's up, buddy?
Oh, we got a crazy story here,
All right.
and I think that Kathy's going to love this one. So,
Great.
So my son loves to collect bugs and all kinds of stuff, like cockroaches, those little like roly-poly bugs and so forth. My wife was sort of okay with that. She's like, yeah, that's good, and he holds them in these bins. So he came home one day. Now, my son's 15. He came home one day, no lie, he ordered 2 scorpions.
What?
Online. Black scorpions. My wife was, she went out for the day. She went shopping. I'm not coming back. She came back. My son said, okay, they're in bins. They won't get out. What do you think happened that day?
Oh, are you kidding?
Yep.
One scorpion got out. And so they hide during the day. So you can't find them during the day. They'll tuck anywhere, under pillows, under beds, wherever. The only way to really find them is at night. And the only way to find them is if you have an infrared, sort of like a black light, sort of like a light that you could like point and shine. Yeah. So my wife went next door. She spent the night somewhere else. So
damn right.
We are hunting for these scorpions, and lo and behold, when you hit them at night, they will shine like a bluish, like a green, almost like neon. So my wife was about ready. We found it. We put it back in the bin, and my wife was about ready to put the house up for sale.
Yep. Thank you, Marissa. In about an hour, we have a show announcement to make, and we'll be sharing that information with you. So make sure that you are with us, and we'll go live on Fox Good Day in a little bit. And we also have some guests stopping by the 9 o'clock hour. So if we don't do this now, we will never be able to do it. And we're leading into Thanksgiving, my favorite holiday of the year. So
It's time for the Thanksgiving edition of the Connoisseur. If there's ever been a time for the Connoisseur, it's Thanksgiving, right? Am I right, guys?
that is, you are correct, Mr. Announcer. Thank you very much. And we will do some Acme Markets giveaways with some movie clips that are exclusively Thanksgiving-based.
Very excited.
So get yourself set for that.
Are you curtailing your eating in anticipation of the feast tomorrow?
Maybe tonight I will a little bit, but I'm not like spending all day. I mean, listen, your body, it's not like food stays in your stomach.
It comes out in poop.
It comes out in poop.
Yeah.
So I don't think I have to worry about that much.
Because Chipotle's got a BOGO going on today.
Well, there you go.
Today?
Yeah.
All right.
That's your celebration.
Well, I'm going to start with this wonderful story. Steve sent me this, and thank you, Steve, because I love green bean casserole.
Yes, I know. You're a huge fan.
And in 1955, Dorcas Bates Riley, that's her name, Dorcas, Dorcas. Not, that's an odd name.
Yeah.
And I assume that's how you pronounce it.
A dork is a whale's penis, is it not?
Yeah, so I don't know if this is a woman.
Yeah,
so,
but this is like this is with a C, so
yeah, if you're nasty.
Yeah, well, D-O-R-K, I think is the one you're thinking of for the whale penis, I think.
feel like Dorcas is probably like a Greek name or something like that.
Okay.
Somebody look that up.
All right, Dorcas Bates Riley. She's from Haddonfield, New Jersey.
Yes.
Was tinkering with her team in the home economics department at the Campbell's Soup Company, trying to recreate a casserole recipe that a manager had tasted somewhere. The team had been tasked with using ingredients most American families would already have on hand. And after a series of experiments documented on a typed recipe card that is now part of the National Inventors Hall of Fame, Riley, who was 29 at the time, hit upon the 6-ingredient winner, now known as green bean casserole. The dish has become a Thanksgiving icon, and it turns 70 this year.
70 years old this year. So it is.
Wow.
Where does it rank if you're ranking your sides?
Good question.
Do you put it above stuffing?
Third. No. I'd put it third. Mashed potatoes and stuffing are 1 and 2.
All right.
And those, to me, can go back and forth between which one is 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And then after that, I think it'd be green bean casserole. If I were to save room on my plate, it would be for those things. Absolutely.
I appreciate your love of the string. I know many people do, and I'm glad it's on this planet to spread joy that way. I have never liked it. No? I just don't like string beans. And that's when the foundational element you don't like.
Yeah, see, I'm
an uphill battle.
I'm a big fan of green beans. So the green bean bake, as it was called at the time, mainly relied on green beans and Campbell's condensed cream and mushroom soup, along with a splash of milk, soy sauce, and black pepper. The soy is key right there, gang. Crispy fried onions to top it off as well.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of green beans. I actually prefer them canned over like the frozen variety and even like the fresh variety. But Preston, we make your dish every Thanksgiving now, which is the potato casserole.
Yeah, that's a solid one.
It is really
hash brown
good.
casseroles.
So I will say this. Now I go 180 degrees on the concept of the potato and or hash brown casserole. That's quite good.
By the way, the Greek origin, Casey, of the name Dorcas, it comes from the Greek word Dorcas, meaning gazelle or deer.
That's actually rather elegant.
It is.
Yeah.
So
For
Riley
something that
said,
sounds like a penis.
Riley said it was such a rewarding feeling when your recipe was published. She told Drexel University's Alumni Spotlight when she visited the campus years later. She had graduated from Drexel's home economics program in 1947.
Isn't that wild?
She never knew her careful experimentation. Onions too salty, beans lack freshness, too many onions, she wrote in the early version of the recipe, but she never knew that would become a national star.
Didn't she also write in the recipe gobble gobble ghoul and gobble giggle?
I don't know.
Gobble, gobble, goo, and gobble, gobble, giggle.
So her daughter, Dorcas Tarbell, said,
now you just have a vendetta.
How would she know of the thousands of recipes she worked on over all those years that there was one that stood out?
This is my son, butt smear fungus. Lady, you are a bad namer.
Butt smear. All right, before settling on the final ingredients, Riley had played around with adding Worcestershire and slices of ham. Campbell's began printing Riley's recipe on the back of its cream of mushroom soup can labels in 1960.
All right, Preston, is there anything that you make, not necessarily for Thanksgiving, but just in general, that is your recipe?
Me alone?
Yeah, because I feel like everything I make is something that somebody else made.
You tweak it.
Would it be hard in this day and age? I'm not saying it couldn't happen. That in some way it's
I'm not saying,
keying off something else.
I'm not saying that. Like you could have your own quote unquote recipe that somebody else made 50 years ago.
I see.
But you didn't follow.
You changed it, you adopted and adapted.
Not that. Not that you followed anything.
All right.
You know, like you just like. You knew that in your mind that these ingredients could or should work together.
I see what you're saying.
Nah, I don't.
Yeah.
It's kind of like how I invented rake hands, but they had already existed.
But in your mind, if honestly, without that knowledge, it was a good invention.
So Tarbell said that her mother had not known how popular the dish was until 1995, 40 years after its creation. That was when Campbell's marketing team studied sales data, and they found out that cream of mushroom soup sales spiked in October and November, and then dropped off in January.
This is just screaming for a movie with Sydney Sweeney.
They told Riley that her recipe was the company's most requested ever, and after that, Riley became the ambassador of the green bean casserole.
I got the title, Flick the Bean.
Each year, she talked to radio stations and newspapers and traveled to stockholder meetings to talk about the dish. She died in 2018, was celebrated in obituaries across the country as the grandmother of the green bean casserole.
What a cool legacy to leave behind, that something that you created ends up on Thanksgiving tables every year. That's pretty awesome.
So this year, to celebrate the anniversary of her mother's famous dish, Tarbell ordered an enormous, and I need to get one of these, by the way, an enormous custom-made inflatable green bean casserole to bedeck the lawn of her 99-year-old father and Riley's widower, Thomas Riley.
When I saw the picture of it, I thought of you immediately.
I love the idea.
Yeah.
I would decorate for Thanksgiving that way. Not for, you guys know I don't go crazy for Christmas, but I would put out a green bean casserole,
Dude, that's
a turkey,
Preston.
inflatable stuffing. I would buy this in a second.
What if what you are serving inside is represented in inflatables on your front lawn?
I love it.
Like, there's your meal.
That would be great. So Tarbell said, I thought, what better gift can I give than to honor the love of his life through the green bean casserole.
I love this story, and again, I love this woman who, you hope to have a legacy of sorts, and this is a pretty wonderful one to have.
As for her mother's dish, which is especially popular in the Midwest, it will likely appear on more than half of Thanksgiving tables nationwide this week. So thought that was pretty cool. Thanks for sending me that story, Steve.
Oh, my pleasure.
All right, so we're going to play a clip, and there is some sort of Thanksgiving tie-in to each clip that we play this morning. So here's our first one.
You stuffed her like a Thanksgiving turkey!
All right. Jeez.
I want that clip.
610-660-9333. Let's see if you know what that's from. All right, order up. All right, so here is, and there's a lot of lists that come out like this, but there are common cooking mistakes that are made on the holiday. And these are the biggest mistakes that people make while cooking their Thanksgiving feast, and here's how you can also easily avoid them.
Okay, so listen up if you're new to the cooking game for Thanksgiving.
This is a big one. Not thawing the turkey properly. According to USDA, you should thaw your turkey in the fridge, allow 24 hours for every 4 to 5 pounds of your turkey. So at this point, it's crunch time. If you have not taken the turkey out of the freezer, if you have a frozen turkey, if you haven't taken it out yet, you need to put it in the fridge right away. 24 hours, allow 24 hours for every 4 to 5 pounds. So, in fact, it's going to be tough right now if you haven't done it already and it weighs more than 4 or 5 pounds. It takes a couple days to thaw in the fridge.
Is there any way that maintains any level of health to accelerate the defrosting process?
Yes, there are ways, and I don't know. I'm not going to be able to give you the safe ones, but you can look that up.
Flamethrower.
It can be. You can use cold water.
Okay.
You don't want to put it in warm water. I know that.
All right.
So there are ways
Take a flamethrower to this place!
to defrost it a little bit better. So take a look at that now. If you haven't started that process yet, you've got to begin it right away.
No, I don't think I will.
See, Pacino is never the one. He will never cook Thanksgiving dinner.
All right, here's another
Where's
thing.
my string bean casserole?
Overcrowding the oven. You may be tempted to stuff as much food in the oven to cook it as possible at once, but when it's too crowded in there, the hot air isn't able to circulate properly, and this will leave you with dishes that aren't cooked evenly. All right. Also, not using a meat thermometer. Think of the meat thermometer as your best friend when it comes to cooking a turkey. Stick it in the thickest part of the turkey's thigh and look for a temperature that's at least 165 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't trust the little pop-up thing.
No.
Don't trust that at all. You need to get a meat thermometer.
We got our, so obviously I've mentioned a couple times where our kitchen is being redone. There was, we got all the new appliances, and our new oven, Preston, has a built-in thermometer that comes
That's great.
Ooh, I like it.
So I'm liking that.
I'm going to double back for a second. I was going to save this for a later on story, but I don't want to miss this. And I had mentioned overcrowding the oven, and you want everything to come out at the same time so everything's warm. I also read this is a great idea for keeping the sides warm if you're making stuff a little bit ahead of time. And I don't know why I never thought about this. So it's simple. You just basically you take a cooler.
Yeah.
A regular cooler.
Yes.
And it will serve as a hot box to keep that stuff warm. And you can put your sides in a standard like Coleman or any one of those coolers that you have.
Yeah, and put a towel down first.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't want to melt the plastic or anything like that, but you can put down pot holders or whatever it may be.
That actually makes total sense.
Put them in there and close it up, and they will stay warmer. And that way you can work on the other things.
All right, so, Press, I have a question about the meat thermometer because I kind of stick it into the breast, not necessarily the thigh.
Boobs. There's a different temperature that you want it to read when it goes into the breast, Casey, but they recommend the thigh.
Okay.
So try doing it there.
All right, go ahead.
I have to remember
to get twine. because every single year,
butcher swine.
Yeah, I forget to.
You have to trust the turkey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Do you use a bowl gag?
I don't. Should I?
But once you buy twine, Casey, and I cook a lot, it lasts years.
All right, I got to write.
Years.
Is there a specific kind of cooking twine?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
It's called butcher's twine. So
All right, there you go.
you can get that at almost any grocery store. Also, this is important too. Skipping the turkey resting time. Some people don't do this. As soon as you pull the turkey out of the oven, you may be eager to carve into it, but that can lead to it being dry. And also, it's really hard to handle physically with your hands when it's that hot.
I've also heard, confirm or deny, that once the turkey is withdrawn from the oven, it is still essentially in the cooking process.
Correct, Steve. So cover it loosely with foil, let it sit around. It can sit for like a half hour before you even cut into it. So that's something I pride myself in timing out everything coming together at the same time with dinner. I really put thought into it, and you can do that with the turkey. It can sit there for a while.
One of the things my wife has always wanted ever since, for years and years and years since she heard they existed, and we finally were able to do it, we got a warming drawer.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Those are great.
Are those great? Yeah.
Preston, I've tried to cut into a piping hot turkey. Bad idea, but it's so funny. My father-in-law loves watching me carve a turkey because I use your method, man.
Remove the entire breast first, and there's an easy way to do that, and then you cut crosswise, and it actually, since you're cutting against a grain, it's a more tender eating experience with the breast. Marissa asked me to send her a video yesterday of someone demonstrating that technique.
Right.
We have that and also the proper way to cut onions. Because I was talking about that yesterday.
These are all things that are do or die time now.
Are those up on the website now, Marissa? On PrestonandSteve.com. You can find the cooking tips there.
When you're carving the turkey, do you wear a hockey mask a la Jason Voorhees?
No, but that's a great idea.
Why not?
I will. All right, and also something people don't do is they forget to taste as you're cooking. It's the better way to know how things are seasoned properly.
How do you get into the oven?
You open it and
I
you
see what you're saying.
you use a spoon or something like
pause
that.
Occasionally and open the door.
And then finally, people fail to delegate tasks. Just because you're hosting doesn't mean you should be doing everything, and you can assign appetizers, side dishes, and desserts to others that are coming over to help out.
And as we learned yesterday, let the host delegate, or if you're coming to somebody's house,
don't offer too often. If the host says, no, thanks, I'm good, don't keep saying, what can I do? What can I do? What can I do?
And unless solicited, don't proffer your ways of preparing things.
That too, yes. All right, we're going to play this clip, see if somebody knows what movie it's from.
You stuffed her like a Thanksgiving turkey!
All right, we're going to go to Steve. Hey, Steve, morning, brother.
Gadzooks, good morning.
Gadzooks, my man. All right, you know what movie it is?
Is that Liar, Liar?
Yeah, Liar, Liar, Jim Carrey. Great clip. Hang on a second. We're going to give you a $50 Acme Markets gift card, our sponsor of this special edition of the Connoisseur. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors. Check out their flash grocery delivery or pickup.
By the way, I contend that Jim Carrey's performance in Liar, Liar is one of the most amazing comedic performances.
It's great.
It is. I mean, the physicality alone is astonishing.
All right, here's our next clip.
Mother, we're having your favorite supper tonight, Wanda. Potatoes au gratin.
All right, 610-660-9333 is a number.
I know this one, but I can't place it.
Call if you know the answer. Order up. All Thanksgiving stories say, all Thanksgiving clips as well. So this is an interesting one. Steve sent this over too. Nice contribution to the Connoisseur, Steve.
I try.
These are regional Thanksgiving food words that are used. Some you may be familiar with, some you may have never heard. I'm not going to go through all of them, but there are some interesting ones. One of them is goozlum. Goozlum, or goozlum. Nope. And someone might say, pass the goozlum. And this seems to come from the Pacific Northwest. And it's considered like logger talk, like somebody who works in the logging industry.
Right.
And that's, you say, pass the goozlum when you want the gravy.
Yeah, that was a surprise.
Mm-hmm. According to the Dictionary of American Regional English, this may also refer to syrup for pancakes, at least when used in Nebraska. So as for how it came to mean gravy or syrup, Worldwide Words says goozlum also refers to the throat or guzzle. Okay. And that a variant, Alma goozlum, is a blend of ala or ala goozlum, I guess. Alamagoozlum. That's it. Alamagoozlum, as in a la mode, and goozlum with a ma thrown in to make it bounce better in the mouth. In addition to syrup, Alamagoozlum is a cocktail made with chartreuse gin, Jamaican rum, orange Caraco, egg whites, Angostura bitters, and a big dollop of syrup, in case you were wondering.
That is, it's pretty wild to hear that. To me, that is one I've absolutely never heard.
Here is one that I did not even realize until I read this article that we used to use when I was a kid.
Really?
Yes, and I completely brought back some great childhood memories. Pulley bone.
Pulley bone.
Yeah.
All right. No, is it what I think?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's the wishbone.
Oh.
But we would always do that when we had chicken. 'Cause
Yes.
my mom would cook whole chickens, and we'd say, who wants the pulley bone?
We always called it the wishbone.
Completely forgot about
pulley
it.
bone.
It
Oh, that's
eventually
great.
became wishbone for
Yeah.
me, but we had used the term pulley bone.
Commonly used in some parts of the American South, Preston.
Yep. So I was born in Tennessee.
There
so
you
that
go.
was, we were kids. My parents are from Kentucky.
That's very quaint. Pulley bone.
Yep. So the pulley bone is also the wishbone. Here's now. Then you have the three versions of this particular food: stuffing, dressing, and filling. Okay.
The
A generally
delineation.
accepted difference between stuffing and dressing is that the former is cooked inside the cavity of the turkey and the latter is prepared separately. So I grew up with it as dressing because my mom wouldn't put it in the bird. It would be, in fact, she would make like little clumps of it that would cook in this little mound of dressing, we would call it. But eventually I was like, it's stovetop stuffing. That's what we're using. We should call it stuffing. So, but anyway. Some say the difference
splooge for my potatoes
is more regional. For instance, a writer said she grew up in Georgia, referring to it as dressing regardless of how it was prepared. Also claims that most residents below the Mason-Dixon line and in the Midwest would agree. She said even when it is cooked stuffed inside the turkey, the term stuffing seems to be more popular in the North, Northeast, and Western parts of the U.S. And I read this, Pennsylvanians, apparently, according to this, and I didn't know this, some people call it filling in this area.
Yeah.
In 2021, the AP style book put out a post about the difference between stuffing and dressing, to which a journalist in Philadelphia responded, in his area, it's referred to as filling.
Often Pennsylvania Dutch.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Filling seems like something that they would say.
All right, and I'll just do one more, and that is funeral potatoes. You guys ever heard of that?
No.
I'm going to have to recuse myself from the article.
You familiar with it?
I only learned about it in the article.
Okay, the cheesy carby casserole, a classic Mormon Thanksgiving dish, or funeral potatoes, probably got its name from being an oft-served comfort food for those grieving. So maybe you went to a funeral, the dish was going to be there.
Did you bring the potatoes?
So the dish is everywhere in Utah. It's also popular in the western U.S., like in Idaho, Colorado, and Arizona, and Texas as well.
It sounds good.
Yeah, it kind of looks like your hash brown casserole a little bit.
It does look like that, Casey. It's probably the same thing.
It almost looks like crunched up Special K on top of it.
Those would be, Steve, those are cornflakes.
Cornflakes, yeah.
All right, here is the clip. Let's see if somebody knows what it is.
Mother! We're having your favorite supper tonight, Wanda. Potatoes au gratin.
All right, we're going to go to Victoria, see if she knows. Hi, Victoria. Good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, do you know what movie that's from?
That is Crybaby.
Yes, Tom Water. Yeah, hang on a second. And Victoria, you got yourself a $50 gift card from our friends at Acme Markets. And you got to check out Acme's fresh grocery delivery at pickup. Get your fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. Case, what time do we need to wrap this segment up at?
Oh, shoot. Let's do one more. Yeah.
One more?
Well, unless you just want to go straight through.
Yeah.
Yeah, go straight through.
Actually, I do.
It's Thanksgiving.
I do. It's, yeah.
Come on.
Thanksgiving. It is, of course. All right.
Take it to the top of the hour.
All right. Order up. Let's do our next story. This comes from Martha Stewart.
Oh, she's good.
And this is how you need to store your leftover holiday pies. If you're having some pie. All right.
I love pie.
So there are certain pies that need to go in the refrigerator. Which ones are those? Well, custard and curd pies, which would include pumpkin, pecan, lemon, etc. Because they're packed with eggs, which means they need to be chilled once they're fully cooked. You gotta let them
Chill pie.
They can sit on the counter for a couple of hours so the filling can set, and then you got to put them in the fridge to keep them silky and safe. Many custard pies actually taste amazing cold, so refrigeration is a win on that. Also, chiffon and mousse pies.
Yeah.
So light, fluffy pies made with whipped cream, meringue, or gelatin need the fridge. They basically...
Why don't you forget the mousse for a moment?
Are you a meringue fan? Lemon meringue
on
pie?
On occasion. I do like meringue,
When
yeah.
it's lighter than an angel's fart.
I'm off on
I
it.
love it.
There's something about that part of it, Steve, that like is so unsatisfying to me because I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's the lightness of it, and like it's sometimes when it's hardened a little bit, you're like kind of biting into
I hear you.
nothingness.
I used to despise it, and now I love it.
I don't hate it. I just it's not my pie of choice.
This just in, I forgot to play the movie clip. Let's see if you know what movie this is from.
Yeah. Damn, she was a good cook. You remember the stuffing? The best.
610-660-9333. All right, here we go. I'm continuing this story.
Hit that music
It's
again,
okay.
or-
That's all right. All right. So, also cream and dairy-rich pies, including cheesecake-style pies. Anything loaded with dairy, like coconut cream, banana cream, cheesecake hybrids, belong in the fridge. It can spoil quickly if it's left out, so keep them chilled for maximum flavor and food safety. Savory pies also need to go into the fridge.
Like a meat pie?
Quiche, meat, leftover pies, things like that. Yes. So they have eggs, dairy, or meat. It's got to be refrigerated right after serving. It can usually last up to 4 days in the fridge. And they're great reheated, but should never lounge at room temperature.
Do you know what I kind of like? I like improperly thawed turkey pie.
Yeah, ooh, yeah.
My God.
So pies that can stay out on the counter include fruit and berry pies like apple, pear, cherry, or blueberry. If the filling is all fruit, it has no dairy or eggs, you're safe to leave it out. And you can leave it sitting out for a couple of days. In fact, fruit pies often taste better the next day because the juices settle into a perfect jammy consistency.
Giving your druthers a chilled apple pie or a
hot apple pie.
Man.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Cold ice cream.
Yes. A la mode for sure.
Man.
We picked up our Manna apple pie
Oh, did you?
yesterday. Yeah.
Nice.
So we got one, and then we donated one on Pierre's behalf.
Nice.
What's their cheesecake one? That's
The sky pie.
Sky pie. Holy
is
crap!
Glorious.
Unbelievable.
And then finally, so that's pretty much it. But you can store pies. Here are some options: refrigerated storage. Once cooled, you can wrap them in plastic or place them in an airtight container. If you freeze them, most pies are up for about 4 months or so. You got to double wrap them in plastic and then blanket them in foil. And custard and delicate cream pies don't freeze well because their textures break or get watery after thawing. So you want hardier pies like pumpkin and pecan that can be wrapped carefully.
Side note, correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe Marissa's was over there, but after the parade or on Thanksgiving itself, if you go, there is an outlet where you can actually pick up the pie. You can actually purchase the pies that are residual pies.
Yeah, Marissa was telling us about that. We'll see if we can get that from her in a little bit. And then reheating. If your pie comes from the fridge, let it warm slightly first, then place it on a baking sheet, cover with foil, heat at 350 for about 10 minutes, and then you're good to go. Single slices can be microwaved for about 15 to 30 seconds if you want to do that.
I love pie.
Let's play a clip and see if you know what it's from.
Yeah. Damn, she was a good cook. You remember the stuffing? The best.
All right, 610-660-9333. We got Joe. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Yo.
All right, Joe, what movie is it?
Grumpy Old Men.
That's correct. Yep. Hold on. And you get yourself a $50 gift card from our friends at Acme Markets. All right, we're going to tee up another clip. Let's see if you know what this is from.
For Christ's sake, it's a casserole, Sheila. It'll stay.
All right,
Yeah, one of my
610
favorites.
660-9333. Call if you know the answer. All right, order up. Heinz has just introduced a new product perfect for Thanksgiving leftovers with its first ever squeezable bottle of Heinz home-style turkey gravy.
Oh, okay.
Polling shows that 94% of all Americans make leftover turkey sandwiches the day after the big meal, and gravy is a must-have. And the gravy was inspired by the Moist Maker from the Friends TV show.
Yes.
And gives everybody a chance to make a leftover sandwich with anything they can think of.
Classic.
What was the Moist Maker? I didn't see that episode.
So Monica makes leftover sandwiches every year, and Ross falls in love with them, and it's kind of like a gobbler, actually. It's got stuffing and gravy and turkey and whatever else on it, and so Ross is going through some anger management issues, and he goes into work, and he's been looking forward to this forever, and one of his coworkers steals it and eats it, and Ross absolutely loses his crap and yells, and you can hear him across the city, and so the way that he loses it is freaking funny, but the description of the sandwich itself really does sound delicious, and I don't know if it inspired the gobbler or if it's just a sort of a general turkey sandwich, but it sounds really good in the Friends episode.
When you make a leftover turkey sandwich, either hit Thanksgiving night or the next day, what is your bread of preference?
Ooh, I like the King's Hawaiian rolls. I like making a small turkey sandwich.
There you
little
go.
Sliders, yeah.
Yeah, little sliders, the best.
Yeah. What about you, Case?
Italian bread.
Italian bread?
Yeah, usually I feel like it's Mayer's. Mayer's.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
just that regular Italian sandwich bread?
Regular Italian sandwich bread, tons of mayonnaise, pepper, salt. Yeah.
Try the King's Italian sometime.
Yeah.
Or not King's Italian, King's Hawaiian.
Yes.
Sometime. And,
his cousin.
Yeah.
Hey, it's our cousin from Sicily.
Yeah.
What's with all the pineapples? It's Hawaii, you jerk.
You can order your 12-ounce Heinz Homestyle turkey gravy on Walmart.com and receive a limited edition Heinz Leftover Gravy Kit that features a leftover gravy squeezable bottle and recipe card for the ultimate Thanksgiving leftover sandwich, but you need to hurry. I don't know if you can get it. You won't get it in time for Thanksgiving.
The gravy kit.
The most important ingredient in that sandwich in Friends is that there's a gravy-soaked piece of bread that's in the middle. So Ross loves that part of it, and then again, his coworker eats it. So Monica will soak a separate piece of bread, puts that in the middle of the sandwich, kind of like a Big Mac.
That's the Moist Maker.
Sounds good, man.
All right, we'll see if you know what movie this is from.
For Christ's sake, it's a casserole, Sheila. It'll stay.
All right, we're going to go to Ryan for an answer. Hey, Ryan. Morning, bud.
Morning.
All right, do you know what movie that's from?
That is Zoolander.
Yes! Hang on, buddy. We're going to give you a $50 Acme Markets gift card. Congratulations. I have a question, an out loud question, since we're hanging on till we go on Fox Good Day. Do you know what they want to talk about today? Did they say?
No, you know what? I didn't check the email.
Generally, they will send over a little bit of information on what they might want to chat about. And since we're going to just kind of hang out here for a bit, I'd like to know.
All right, so the topic for today is we're going to...
Is it Thanksgiving?
No, they want to talk about road trips, especially people heading to Thanksgiving.
Okay.
What is the best way to travel and pass time? Music, silence, podcasts, radio games, Preston and Steve show, on demand.
I wonder what we're going to suggest.
I just added that. And they also want to mention Matt Cord, who is going to be doing middays here at WMMR. I don't know if you heard that or not.
Starts on Monday.
That's right.
I understand. All right, we have one more clip to play. And Steve, you're going to like this one. Here we go.
Awesome. Got another throat rip in.
Cool.
Might go for the turkey.
Turkey?
Yeah, it's a bowling term for when you get 3 strikes in a row. And I applied that to throat rips.
All right. 610-660-9333. Call if you know the answer. One more story. And then we'll probably get to Fox Good Day, which is at 56, 7:56 usually?
56, 57, 55.
54 and 5, 456.
So cooking turkey is something we don't do regularly. I think we should do more often. Although there are some people who are deciding not to have turkey this year, and they're actually they're adopting turkeys, which is an interesting concept if you want to do that.
Start your college fund now.
But I think and I've told you I've done. We did one year, and I need to do it again. We did Thanksgiving in like June, 6 months out, because I think it's a meal that needs to be more than once a year, especially cooking a whole turkey. But we don't do it regularly, so it's easy to panic when things get hectic. But Butterball is there to help, and they've been offering advice to support home cooks preparing their holiday feast for more than 40 years on their Turkey Talk line.
Which is very famous. And I wonder how active it is. I assume they get enough response to keep it going for 40 years.
Very active. It started as a small service with 6 people to take calls, and it has grown into more than 50 experts ready to help answer turkey questions during November and December. On Thanksgiving alone, they get more than 10,000 calls, Steve. Mm-hmm. So that's solid.
Even
Absolutely.
Still with Google?
And over those 4 decades, some pretty surprising ones have come in. Yeah, I mean, some people want to talk to a human being. All right. You know? So talk line expert Astrid Volpert says that her most memorable question was about defrosting the bird. She said somebody had wanted to wash their turkey and make sure that it was defrosted at the same time. And she said, so they wanted to put it in the dishwasher. And she actually had to tell them not to do that.
Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah, you're playing with fire.
So they've heard it all.
Yeah.
Another caller wanted to know if the turkey was okay to eat after it was left outside to thaw and animals had gotten into it.
Okay. Well, no, probably.
Yeah. I had to fight off a possum, but is it still edible?
One man asked if the oil from the chainsaw he cut the turkey with made it inedible. There's a real question.
Yeah.
that people
Real
had
questions?
asked the Butterball hotline. And another caller asked what was the best way to cook a turkey that had been in the freezer since 1969.
That was hard. Do you still break out and have a piece of your wedding turkey, Preston?
Oh, my God. The talk line has also gotten questions about if it was okay to slow roast the turkey over a few days so that the house would be filled with that delicious aroma.
Yeah.
And one caller didn't have a question, but offered a tip for getting the bird to fit in any pan. And he recommended wrapping it in a towel and then giving it a few good stomps to break the bones.
Oh, my God. Do you still brine your turkey?
I have not done it the past couple of years.
Okay, so I've been brining. I don't know. I just have had success with it.
Stick with it.
Yeah, so I'm just going to stick with it. But I put it in. I have a specific brining bucket that I brine it in.
Your BB.
My BB. But the problem is, if it's not cold enough outside, I have to stick it in the fridge, and it takes up a lot of space in the fridge.
Right. A full bucket with a turkey in it? Yeah.
Yeah, but a couple of years ago, I know that it was cold enough outside where I just left the you cover it, obviously.
Leave it in the garage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did that one year, too.
Yeah.
But
besides our failed experiment, have you ever actually deep fried the turkey?
No, that was the only time I did it.
Okay.
I chalked it up to
probably
done with that now.
do that, yeah.
Have you ever spatchcocked a turkey?
I've not.
Okay.
I've never spatchcocked chicken or anything like that. It's a bit of a process.
Yeah. I saw something on Instagram earlier this week. It's, algorithms full of Thanksgiving stuff. And I saw this guy spatchcocking it and seasoning it and everything. The other thing I saw, these guys just injecting melted butter into the breast before they cook it.
Oh, yeah. All right, we only have a couple of minutes here, so I want to make sure that we're joining up with Fox Good Day properly. So here is the final clip to see if we can get a winner.
Awesome. Got another throat rip in. Cool. Might go for the turkey.
The turkey?
Yeah, it's a bowling term for when you get 3 strikes in a row. And I applied that to throat rips.
All right, we're going to go to Matt. Hey, Matt, morning.
Good morning. Happy Thanksgiving.
Same to you, my friend. All right, what movie is that from, please?
Probably the greatest movie ever made, MacGruber.
MacGruber. Damn straight. Hang on, buddy. You got the last of our $50 Acme Markets gift card. Acme's Flash Grocery Delivery or Pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less, fast, fresh, and right to your door. Acme, fresh foods, local flavors. What are throat rips?
Where you literally tear out someone's throat.
Okay.
And that was his self-defense move that he could execute really well.
All right. And that's it for the Connoisseur. Oh, man. The Thanksgiving edition. And hopefully you got something out of that this morning.
I think you pick up a lot of stuff. I know that for many, the stress is on about preparation of the turkey and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But listen, it's such a joyous thing.
We are about 2 minutes away from going on a Fox Good Day, so we will join those guys in a little bit. Yes, Marissa?
That manna thing you guys had asked about. So it's kind of like a neighborhood tip. If you're going to the parade, walk by Manna, and if they have any extra pies, they might be selling them outside.
Ah, okay. So if you're in the vicinity, you're saying. All right.
We will have joining us later this morning David Josefsberg, who plays Doc Brown, and Lucas Hallauer, I think is how you say his last name, plays Marty McFly in the Back to the Future musical, which is currently playing in the Academy of Music. That's going now through November 30th. So those guys are stopping by in the 9 o'clock hour, which is pretty cool. And Casey and Marissa both went to see it. And so we also have a station announcement coming up in about the next 20, 30 minutes or so, because we haven't even done the Bizarre File yet. So we're gonna break and then come back and do the Bizarre File and then break after that and then come back with the station announcement. But we have to do Fox Good Day. And then just a reminder that the Thanksgiving Day broadcast is going to be happening. The radio special tomorrow starts at 10 a.m. and will be Pierre's producers that are going to be handling the duties this year. So it's a great roster. In some way, shape, or form, you will hear Kevin Gunn, Michael Anthony Thompson, Jason Fian, and Pancake, and Ryan Shuttleworth. And Nick McElwain will be a part of it.
Yeah, I recorded something with Ryan because I'm actually on a plane later today. I'm going to Ireland tonight to see my son for Thanksgiving, but I'm really excited for this. I'm going to try to listen in live tomorrow from Ireland, and Ryan is just going to do a great job anchoring the whole thing.
Yep. So this will be, of course, Alice's Restaurant at 10 a.m. It says Pierre Standard Time, noon, and on vinyl at 2 p.m. So you can hear all about the 8x10 black and white glossy photos.
So great.
All right, we have about 10 seconds, and we will hear some music surging up on your airwaves. That means they have turned on the cameras, and we will be going live on Fox 29 for Fox Good Day with Alex and Thomas today. And there it is, right on time. Here we go.
Somehow we gotta find a way. 7:57. Let's get to Preston and Steve.
All right.
We know that today, of course, is the biggest travel day, and we're talking road trips. How are y'all doing this morning?
Good, man. How about you guys? You got anybody over there taking road trips at all, or are you staying local? What are you doing?
The only road trip I'm taking is to work because I'm working all week.
Yeah, back and forth.
Oh, man.
I'll second that.
What about you guys?
Local, staying local.
Even though I'm local, I love to go out and drive around in the thick traffic just to breathe it all in, and the warmth and the feeling of goodwill. It's wonderful. I give thanks for that. Yeah.
I was gonna doing the Schuylkill Expressway or whatever, like a lot of it, I can feel like you're on a road trip. You're stuck there forever.
What about when it comes to picking someone up from the airport? How far will you travel?
To go pick someone up from the airport? I mean, it's about an hour for me to get to Philly International, but
it's about the same. I do. Listen, if it's someone, super near and dear, yeah, you'll do it. But of course, there's always Uber and
there is that
taxi cabs.
Well, because we talked about this the other day. It's like the people I know and love, they always fly into like DCA or IAD or Baltimore or somewhere up in New York, and you have to go like 2-3 hours. I know.
Thomas, what's wrong with them?
Yeah, they have heard about Philadelphia Airport, haven't
There's
they?
a lot of things.
Yeah.
No.
Wait, Alex,
Big
let
up
me
for the
jump in here.
cheapest.
Alex, did your mom come up?
Yes, yes.
Okay, did she pack the whole Thanksgiving dinner in the suitcase?
They know you well.
Everyone keeps asking
Yes.
me. Okay, so here's the deal. She did come up. I think she outdid herself this year. I am going to post it. But here's the problem. It's so long for Instagram. Apparently on Instagram there's a limit.
Yeah.
And you can't do more than 3 minutes or something. So I'm trying to cut it down. But yes, she did. And she packed it all. And she brought Thanksgiving dinner halfway. For those who don't know, she brings Thanksgiving dinner from Texas because she insists there are some things that she can't find here in Philly.
Like everything.
Like certain kinds of beans and like certain kinds of sauces.
She packs
she
it-
brings it on a plane halfway.
She packs it better than most people pack their regular luggage. Like an incredible degree of efficiency.
She doesn't even bring clothes. It's just food. It's like, what, Mom?
How long was this video she made?
Well, it's 4 minutes, but I
Okay.
didn't realize that Instagram, apparently after 3, it like freaks out. So, yes, but today at 10 a.m., I'm going to just, it is what it is. I'm going to post it. But thank you for asking. She's trying to retire. She says that it's a lot of work, but I feel like now we look forward to it.
Yeah.
Has she ever been able to pull off the holy grail of having something arrive hot by the time she gets here?
Not hot, but she has done cold. I will say one of the items was my dad makes a famous tuna salad, and it was cold despite being on that flight. They're looking like, what?
Tuna salad for Thanksgiving. Why not?
Sure, yeah.
No, we don't have tuna here.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's part of the appetizers, part of
Yeah.
on the charcuterie board.
What is this thing you
Your
call
mom's waiting
tuna
for the
salad?
Concord.
Yeah. Right, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Happy Thanksgiving,
Happy
guys.
Thanksgiving, guys. Take care. We hope you have a great holiday. Oh, my gosh. That's
so
too
funny.
All right, listen, we got to take breaks. After 8, we still have the bizarre file to get to. You want to come right back, or
Yeah.
is that okay?
Yeah.
All right, so we'll come right back, and we'll get into the bizarre file, and we got more coming up. Stay with us.
So let me ask you, a black scorpion. What are the what's the data on these? Are they venomous, or what's the story?
They are, but they won't kill a human.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure because
Your wife didn't care.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I don't
I wouldn't care either.
I think they, I think they kill like rabbits and mice and stuff like that. So we still have one. One of them died, so that's good. But just a side story on this, then I'll let you guys get back to your job here. But the one had babies.
Oh my God.
Oh really?
Oh dear.
And when they have babies, these things are like translucent white, and there was about 75 of them, and they stay on.
Oh my God!
And they stay on top of the mother. But you got to separate them out. If you don't separate them out quick enough, the mother will start eating her.
And that's the species we're talking about here, folks.
So you wonder why? Right. When was the last time you went to a human maternity ward and saw mom chowing down on her kid?
All right, thanks, Tom.
Talk about horror stories. This is what nightmares are made of.
That's great. Thanks, man.
Nick, if you want, I'll send over some photos of the babies.
Yes, please.
And it's neon, and you guys can post it. It is, dude, you won't sleep for days.
All right, I want to see it.
I'll be sure to show it to Kathy, too.
By the way, for just a moment while we were talking to Tom, I felt like a little tingle on my leg. I reached make sure something was
A lot of people don't know that we keep a studio tarantula.
Oh my God, tarantulas freak me out. They're too big.
Yeah,
they're too big.
I was ever since the Brady Bunch.
Yeah, in case I don't know what it is. It looks like fur. I mean, when you get up to the.
That's one of those things, Steve. I don't think I could ever do. I can hold a snake. I can hold a python and have you wrap it around my neck and stuff like that. But I don't think that I would allow a tarantula to crawl on me. And I know that it won't do anything to me, but I just don't care.
Preston, good rule of thumb: any bug whose hair you can comb is too big.
This sounds weird. I'm going to go to Dave. Hey, Dave. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, Dave?
Hey, just real quickly. I had a friend who was moving, and he had a 6-foot Arizona cactus in a potted plant. And what happened was it started to sway left and right. My thumb got pricked from the cactus, and I ended up with 6 weeks with a paralyzed hand. And ended up, we had to take a sample of the cactus to the doctor's office, and he sent it out to a lab and found out that the base of the cactus had tarantula eggs, and the venom inside of the eggs and around the eggs went up through the roots of the cactus and in through the veins. So you get pricked by the...
Tarantula venom was coursing through the cactus. Once you pricked yourself on the cactus, that venom was discharged into you.
Yes.
Holy hell.
Oh, my God.
F cactus.
That's the most freak thing I've ever heard. Well, and your hand was paralyzed for 2 months?
Yeah, almost 2 months. Yeah, and I had to go through rehab to get the fingers moving again.
Oh, my God, you poor thing.
And then I found out when birds fly into these kinds of cactus out in Arizona and stuff, that it's not really the pricks that kill the bird, it's the venom inside of the pricks that,
It's always the venom inside the prick.
So these are tarantula cactus that we need to
do these things drive?
Oh my God! Wow, Dave, I've never heard of that before. That's bizarre. All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
Tarantula cactus,
man. Okay,
that's like flying tigers.
Yeah,
I don't quite buy that story. I've never heard of anything like that before.
I haven't either. That's okay. We'll have to check the validity of
What
that.
happened to him?
What's that?
It wasn't a friend's story, right?
Yeah,
No,
it's
I mean, like I believe his story. I've never heard of anything like that before. It just seems too bizarre to be true.
All right, let's go to somebody who's just terrified by spiders. I'm going to go to Andrea, or her ex-husband, and say, Andrea, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Andrea?
Well, first of all, I'm really regretting tuning into this show because it's really creeping me out.
Yeah, it's all right.
I would have to rehome the child that ordered the scorpion.
Enough of that nonsense.
I had a calling because my ex-husband is absolutely terrified of spiders. To the point where I don't even particularly care about spiders. I don't like them, but I had to pretty much get over it and just be able to crush a spider with my bare hand at all times because of his panic.
Right.
And he called me one day from work freaking out because he was just at work wearing a hoodie or whatever that he had there. And he happened to catch movement out of the corner of his eye, and he looked over. There's a hole in his hoodie sleeve, and just very slowly 2 black spiders were crawling out of that hole in his sleeve.
Oh, okay.
They were inside his sleeve with his bare arm, and he didn't know how long there were just spiders in his sweater.
So
he
never
had
wearing clothes again.
He was just mortally terrified, full blown
panic
arachnophobia.
attack. full panic attack, freaked out, took off his sweater, screaming. Coworkers know how bad it was. And like all these men who are always just terrible to each other, heartless men, just all working together. Everybody stopped to try and take care of him.
Yeah.
And he called me in a panic, begging me to find his Xanax and bring him his Xanax.
Oh.
Wow. So Andrea,
I had to leave and drive to like 20 minutes to his job right away and take him Xanax, and he was still shaking and couldn't breathe because two large black spiders crawled out of his sleeve like a horror movie.
So what would happen when an occasional spider would be found, say, in the bathroom or around the house?
He would call me if I wasn't home, be like, how long until you come home? There's a spider in the plant. Can you come get it? Yeah.
Wow.
Okay,
We
that's
pulled
fear.
into a Walmart one time, and I was driving. Thank God I was driving, because we parked the car, and he just screamed and jumped completely into my lap on the passenger side because a spider propelled down from the ceiling of the car.
Oh! It's got to be debilitating because you're going to encounter a spider.
Yes.
You know, just by living.
Yep. Wow.
No, it is debilitating. He's had to like lock up his truck and jump out of his truck in the middle of the street because there was a spider in his truck and he was by himself and it was like coming towards him.
Oh my God.
Wow.
That's hilarious. All right, thank you, Andrea.
That's too much.
Appreciate it.
So
That's
apparently-
legit fear, man.
Yeah, there's a Twitter account called Recluse or Not, and people can send pictures to help identify whether or not the spider they're taking a picture of is
Instantaneously,
is
they'll
a
get back to you because sometimes you need to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so here's a follow-up on the tarantula cactus thing. Connor found this posting. It said the tarantula might lay eggs on the cactus, but not in it. Even if the spider would happen to crawl in a cactus and lay eggs, the plant wouldn't explode when they hatched. They do not nest in plants. Tarantulas normally live in burrows in the ground, and they hatch their eggs there. So this is, I guess, maybe an urban legend that a cactus can explode.
I don't think I was ready to. Yeah.
Tarantula baby.
Shower you in tarantula babies.
I mean, tarantulas aren't that venomous either, right? Like, so it would be so diluted by the time that it got to the spine. I mean, that was an interesting story. There's something about it that didn't quite add up.
I don't know. I'm staying away from those tarantula cactuses.
So he said
Cacti.
tarantula babies in cacti story is false, according to Snopes. So, all right. Well, anyhow, it sounded pretty interesting. We do need to take a break. I thank you for that. And watch out for the new Joro spider, fresh from Asia, taking over the southeastern United States, which means it'll head up to the south or northeastern states.
They're planning on it, yeah.
We'll see. All right. Well, listen, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. Ray is going to be performing at Punchline on Wednesday night, and we're going to talk to him when we return. Make sure you stay with us. Very much, Kathy. Coming up on the program a little bit later on this morning, we're going to have actress Ali Sheedy joining us to talk about Single Drunk Female. We'll do that in the 9 o'clock hour. Always wanted to talk to Ali Sheedy.
I mean, look at her run of movies at a certain point in her career, like starting back with War Games and going all through, all the
Breakfast
John
Club
Hughes stuff,
and-
St. Elmo's Fire. I mean, come on.
So we'll talk to her, and we also have some Impact wrestlers that are coming in this morning. That'll be in the 8 o'clock hour because it's a big event in South Philly. It's South Philly Showdown, the 18th and 19th. So we'll get to all that in a little bit. I got an email from somebody yesterday, and I was like, oh, this would be great to talk about. And then I realized after looking a little bit further into this link that it's not exactly what I thought it was. Okay, so it's a teacher slang word. So people who work in the teaching industry, it says 30 words for educators only. And I thought that this was legitimate slang that was used, but upon further reading, it's actually things that should be used in slang or should be slang terms.
Its very existence might cause that to happen.
Maybe.
Because, we were kind of talking about this, and I think a lot of occupations have code speak for when they are in general public situations.
Yes.
So you may not know what you're hearing. It seems rather benign, but they're actually communicating in a way you don't understand. I think that's a standard. So you provide a good list for teachers, I'm sure they might use it.
Yeah, so work terms are definitely, it's another language. Like if you went into somewhere that is not your field and you're sitting, you could be lost in conversation. You don't know what the hell they're talking about. I mean, we use our own terms here for, certain things like, commercials are called spots.
Yeah.
And there's the faders. We call those pots sometimes.
Or a puker.
A puker,
Right.
which is somebody who talks like this on the radio. That's a puker.
You can imagine what a prize pig is.
Yep, somebody who's constantly winning everything all the time.
Right.
Those are prize pigs. It has been, we didn't make that up. That's
No,
what it's been
forever.
for a long time in the
Yeah.
industry.
Yeah.
So there's all kinds of terms that are used. And feel free to share yours, those we may not be familiar with from whatever industry you work in. So here's a couple of examples. And at first I was like, okay, I didn't know they use these words. But apparently these are ones that they would hope they would use. So Crayola is a term. The definition is it's a riff on cray-cray. Crazy off the walls.
Okay.
So using a sentence was, my class was Crayola today. I almost lost my shiitake mushrooms.
Okay.
I like that.
So here's another one, which is, I like this one too. Shebay, which is is an acronym where you take the initials and
Yes.
okay, so should have been an email. SHBAE.
Okay.
That staff meeting was totally shebay this is. Marissa, we're going to get to the B file right now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Red Robin. Santa called. He's trading cookies for burgers this year. Bring the yum to your holiday party with Red Robin Catering. Order now at order.redrobinpa.com. So we'll start with this story. After being arrested for breaking into a Circle K store at 2:15 in the morning and stealing a bag of beef jerky, an Illinois man told police, "I know you're going to think I'm crazy, but there's an AI intelligence speaker in my neck."
Oh.
All right. I'm listening.
Go on. Police charge that Cole Bertles kicked in the front glass door of the convenience store in St. Charles, Missouri, and then climbed into the locked business and proceeded to eat a bag of beef jerky and drink a sweet tea that he didn't pay for.
Yeah, this is the AI speaker. He's a criminal.
When the police arrived, Bertles was detained and asked about the break-in. He reportedly confessed, saying, "The voices in my head told me to kick it open since I was locked in."
He's lying. It's in his neck.
And that he just wanted to use the bathroom. Bertles also made his artificial intelligence claim, but it's unclear what role the purported implant played in the alleged burglary.
I'm going to believe this guy because I've been watching a lot of TV shows where the person says, "You're going to think I'm crazy," and they're telling the truth.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Bertles, whose residence is about 40 miles from the Missouri store, added that he walked to the Circle K from Illinois.
Well, they have the best jerky.
Bertles was arrested for burglary. He was also charged with stealing property valued less than $150. He's been ordered to have no contact with Circle K and submit to a mental health examination if he bonds out of custody.
Can they use some sort of jamming device to knock off that stuff coming out of his neck?
We need to consider that. Yeah. This is a terrible story. An 8-year-old girl reportedly stabbed her grandmother with a kitchen knife to stop the woman from attacking her mother.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Deputies went to a disturbance call in Florida around 3 p.m. on Monday. The caller, later determined to be the victim, could be heard yelling for an individual to leave the home. Investigators said that the victim's estranged biological mother, Serpil Adams, entered her daughter's home uninvited through an unlocked door and attacked the victim with a serrated knife.
Jeez.
While trying to protect her mother, the victim's 8-year-old daughter grabbed a kitchen knife and stabbed Adams in the upper arm. Wow. Deputies say Adams took off in her vehicle and returned to Jacksonville, where she had been staying with a friend. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office found Adams inside her friend's home and took her into custody. Neither the victim nor her children were injured during the incident, thankfully. Adams has been charged with attempted second-degree murder, and it's unclear why Adams allegedly went into her estranged daughter's home and attacked her in the first place.
That's horrific.
All right, this is horrific, too. Video shows a sprinkler malfunction where thousands of bottles of alcohol were destroyed at a former New Hampshire liquor and wine outlet location.
Oh.
The fire suppression system experienced a significant discharge due to a mechanical malfunction in the early morning hours, and nearly 10,000 bottles of alcohol were destroyed.
Yeah, there's strict rules about that.
Which was valued at more than $181,000. Because the sprinkler system was treated with various chemicals and the inventory was exposed to the chemical mix, it couldn't be sold. The water ran at damaging and significant capacity for 5 hours.
Oh, yeah, there's no way.
5 hours, causing damage to inventory throughout the facility and the outlet.
So I know this from personal experience. When that flooding would occur on, Main Street, Manayunk, if any, they'd store they started storing the alcohol up in the higher floors of different buildings, because if it gets any water damage, you can't sell it.
I am almost positive that there's some people out there that are willing to take the risk.
Absolutely.
I think so.
Yes, I'm inquiring about that recent issue you had.
All the damaged inventory was disposed of. No one was allowed to keep it. The Liquor Commission announced that it ceased operations at the location, and the Liquor Commission is now exploring new locations.
Where can I go for good jerky?
All right, after pulling its AI-powered teddy bear, Kuma, from the market, the children's toy maker, Follow Toys, says it's now restoring sales of the controversial product, which a safety group found would give inappropriate and potentially dangerous responses, including explaining how to find and light matches, locate pills, and discussing a myriad of sexual fetishes.
Oh, my God.
This is an AI-powered teddy bear. This made the news a few weeks back. And the company said in a statement, after a full week of rigorous review, testing and reinforcement of our safety modules, we have begun gradually restoring product sales.
Did you want to hear one of the bears?
Sure.
You suck my...
Wow.
That's
Shut the
inappropriate
up,
for a teddy bear to say that.
Controversy kicked off earlier this month, and researchers at the Public Interest Research Group Education Fund published a report detailing their findings after testing 3 AI-powered toys, including Follow's Kuma. Across extensive tests, all the toys produced responses that parents might find concerning, such as discussing religion, glorifying dying in battle as a warrior in Norse mythology, and telling children where to find harmful items like matches and plastic bags. Follow Toys Kuma, however, proved to be the worst influence by far when using the Mistral AI mode. It explained where to procure knives, pills, and matches, even giving step-by-step instructions on how to light them.
Dude, that's insane.
Even more alarming were the responses produced by OpenAI's model GPT-4o, which Kuma ran by default. Experts have criticized GPT-4o for being especially sycophantic, and the model has found itself implicated in a number of lawsuits alleging that ChatGPT led to the suicide and deaths of others who engaged in prolonged discussions with it.
So I was reading an article about this, and you should stop and think about it. Like the open format Preston, or any of these, AI in general, the knowledge base, when you do a search. If it's like a viral piece of bad information out there, ChatGPT can push that out just like someone giving you misinformation. And they found it out, especially with lawyers and medical people who are relying on this too much.
They got to get this stuff worked out, man. All right, then one last story. 2 American men have been fined a total of $10,000 for illegally shooting a bull moose from a motorboat on a lake in northwestern Ontario.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
Daniel Chevalier and Michael Calteau both pleaded guilty to shooting a bull moose from a boat. The court heard the incident took place while the men were moose hunting on Lorry Lake. Conservation officer said the pair were in a motorboat when they saw a bull moose. Calteau...
Is it the annual boat moose shoot?
Positioned the boat to a location close to the moot. Chevalier proceeded to shoot the moose from the boat, and shooting a moose from a motorized vessel is illegal.
Yes.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Under Ontario hunting regulations.
It just seems like a cheap shot.
Yeah, the hunting...
a good shot, but a cheap one.
In addition to the financial penalties, both men received a mandatory hunting ban. I'm wondering how they plan on getting the moose onto the boat after they killed it.
Or are they just killing it for the sake of killing it?
I don't know.
Like you can't be in a car and shoot a deer. That's illegal here.
No, you can't do that.
Yeah.
You definitely can't. But you could, throw the deer in the trunk or in the back of a truck.
Yeah.
I don't see how you get a moose on a boat. We're talking like, a 1,500, 2,000-pound animal. So
Well, does a dead moose float? Because you could just tie it up to the boat.
Maybe you could just drag it along.
Does a dead moose float? Is a good question.
Very good question. All right, and there you go. That's what we have in the Bizarre File for you this morning.
Like a whale.
All right, we will take a break. When we come back, we have a major announcement to make concerning this radio program. So stay where you are, and we'll reveal the information when we get back.
I think there's a big application for that. We've used variations on that already.
Yeah.
When you're talking, that's, again, I love code speak because a lot of times you don't want to, hurt someone's feelings, but you need to communicate and get the message across.
So you have a shubay and probably a chubay. So it should have and could have.
Could have been an email. Yeah, Chabe. All right, how about this one? A chopper, which equals helicopter, meaning helicopter parents. Yes.
Right.
So using it in a sentence, Josh's parents are total choppers, and it all makes so much sense now. And helicopter parents is that's a slang term.
Yes,
as well,
absolutely.
so.
Constantly hovering.
All right, so for teachers, here's another potential slang term, gray. Definition is spending all night or all weekend grading papers. My weekend was totally gray.
There's a big nod to Snoop Dogg with this.
Right?
Yeah.
All right. Another slang term might be IBH, inappropriate but hilarious. One of my students said something so IBH today, I couldn't stop myself from laughing out loud in class. As a teacher, that's got to be tough, man. When a kid says something that's technically not supposed to be, is off board, and you find it hilarious.
I used to get that all the time. I would be the deliverer of the stuff that would fall into that realm, and if you could get the teacher to laugh, it was always a good sign.
I didn't know what the word douche was when I was in school,
right?
But I was using it like because I had heard it before,
right?
And so I didn't get in trouble for it, but the teacher was like, "Dude," and I was like, "What?" I'm like, I didn't know what I was saying, but it was almost like Batman, bam, pow. I was going like douche, and I had no clue.
Douche. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
That's like a punch sound.
It actually is douche. Yeah, that would work. I would believe you if you told me you had no idea.
But I was purposely saying the word douche. I wasn't making a
menstrual
sound.
Menstrual cup.
Pad.
Yeah, condom.
Kotex. Diaphragm.
Oh my God! Here's some text coming in. Somebody this says someone who is always in the ER is known as a frequent flyer.
A frequent flyer.
That's funny.
I'd heard the term Gomer back in the day, which was short for "get out of my ER." Gomer. There's a
Interesting.
Gomer out there.
Or it could literally be Jim Neighbors.
Nick, there was one on here, and I can't say. Scroll down a little bit. Yeah. So a carpenter or framer. All right, I can't say the word, but you can.
See you next Tuesday.
Yeah, a see you next Tuesday hair is 1/32 of an inch.
If you're a carpenter,
I love that.
You know
It's just it's
so a C hair is 1/32 of an inch.
It's an actual measurement.
Wow.
I love that.
What's a D hair then?
What's the other one you were going to highlight, Nick? HVAC?
Yeah.
All right. Rotten cotton means insulation.
Yeah.
Okay. I can
like
see that. A pookie is a duct sealant, and that's from Tom from Sheridan P&H.
I like
so
that.
HVAC, those are some of the terms that they use. Okay. Like I say, I like the sea hair thing.
Well, you know where you find a lot of these too? You'll find them in restaurants, Preston. Or people who are working the counter at restaurants, they'll build up a second language so they can assess pain-in-the-ass customers in front of them.
Here's one for you, Steve. Campers. This is exactly from a restaurant thing. Campers are people who will not leave the restaurant. They take up the table for hours and hours.
So on this issue, I say go in, do your talking, do your whole thing, do your socializing. But when the meal is done and you're surrounded by the refuse of your meal, I want to leave. I don't want to sit there for another hour and a half.
I know.
Am I a lunatic?
No, you're not. But also, what people also need to understand is, a lot of people are not aware of their surroundings. If you're at a restaurant and you notice that there's a wait, for people to get in and sit down, and then you finish your meal and then you just hang out. And
you don't have to be slamming everything. Finish it.
No, we're not trying. I'm not trying to rush you or anything like that. But if you know that there's a half hour, this happens down the shore all the time, right?
So a lot of campers, as they would say.
Yeah, but also they don't accept reservations at a lot of places down the shore,
right?
And so there's a lot of waiting. So for me personally, I'm like, okay, let's get out of here. We can go sit on the front porch somewhere.
Right.
All right, here's some other ones coming in. So somebody who's, I guess, works in a liquor store says people who go into the liquor store right when they open are called the Breakfast Club.
That's great.
You know what? What's another one? One of our favorite phrases forever has been an occupational phrase. The lot lizard.
Yep. I got a couple of texts about the lot lizard.
Yeah.
Somebody said in the auto industry, a BFH is short for Big F and Hammer. This is police officer says, okay, a badge bunny.
Oh, yeah.
Sleeps with officers?
Yeah, there's women. I'm sure men, too, that dig a uniform. Right?
Oh, yeah.
But a badge bunny, I haven't heard that one before.
Women who are turned on by police uniforms. Yeah.
Yep.
I might have been a badge bunny in my day.
Oh, yeah?
Really now?
Oh, yeah, you've admitted that. You like that.
Yeah.
All right, let me go to some calls. 215-263-WMMR. If you want to call in with your work speak, something we may not know. I'm going to go to Will. Hang on, I'll come back to that, Nick.
Okay.
Hi, Will. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. You guys rock.
Thanks, bud. What's up, my man?
So I wanted to talk about the IBH teacher thing because I'm a music teacher in Montgomery County, and so a couple years ago I had a student. I teach orchestra, and you would never think this from orchestra kids, but it happened. A couple years ago, student came in, sat down, and he says, "I have a question. What do you think the worst note on the violin is? Which is the one that is the worst note?" And I said, without hesitation, it's the high F on the E string. I said, because when it's out of tune, it's horrible. It makes me cringe and all that. And without hesitation, and he actually dropped the F-bomb, he goes, "So would you say it's F'd up?" And the class starts laughing, and all I could do was turn around because I started laughing.
Oh, no.
And I looked at the kid, and I said, "I'm supposed to be angry with you for dropping." I said, "But that's pretty. That's pretty funny."
That's IBH.
And cool. I mean, good for you for just kind of letting it slide. It was. I mean, it was like it wasn't kindergarten. They were.
Yep.
I just pulled the old major league. Great catch. Don't ever let that happen again.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, thanks,
But you
Will.
do it again, you're suspended.
Appreciate it, man. All right, so Nick has this one, and these are guys working on a construction site, and they call out, and I've mentioned something like this before. They'll yell out, "Caulk gun," when a sexy woman walks by.
Oh, okay.
So that's just a phrase. That's just
code.
A code.
Yeah.
So my uncle was a chef, and it was like table 23.
Okay.
Was the code when a hot girl would come in. Table 23, because they didn't have a table 23.
Oh,
So
okay.
they would
Table
call that out,
23.
and they would say that. And,
So if you're-
and they would look out into the restaurant.
This is another one along those lines. This is for restaurant industry.
Soup table 4, which means hot chick table 4.
Soup
Okay.
table. So you do these
Soup
things.
table.
This has replaced, of course, the much and rightfully maligned wolf whistle.
Right, exactly. And it's not for them to know. The wolf whistle would be whistling at
exactly
the person and get a reaction. This is just amongst the workers there, just to take note.
A discreet assessment. So what is the what was your
like table 23?
Table 23.
There was whatever table didn't exist. It was like one number above the actual amount of tables they had there. And that would cause the cooking staff to all look up and see an attractive woman walking in. All right, let me go to Dan. Hey, Dan, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, buddy. What's up, man?
Hey, so I worked on golf courses my whole life, and used to be a summertime disease called brown patch that would really destroy the grass. So we would have whenever there was a hot girl playing, we'd name it Pink Patch. So we don't have radios. We say Pink Patch.
Pink Patch.
On number 2 fairway. You might want to go check it out.
Wow.
All right.
Well,
there you
look, this seems to be a common topic here.
Having a code.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pink patch.
All right. Thanks. And I wonder if ladies have that for a hot guy that walks in. If there's a code phrase that they will use as well. What does this one say?
Do they have one at Floral and Hardy, Kathy?
All right, here's one in the military. Somebody who screws everyone over is known as a blue falcon in the military, which means buddy effer.
Oh.
So he screws your pal over. All right. We'll go over to Jen. Hi, Jen. Good morning. Hi, Jen. You're on the air. Good morning. Is your name Jen? Are you a special ed teacher?
This one is a little.
All right. This one is a little. Okay.
Yeah, you're reading the description there.
Okay, we're skipping that one?
Yeah, I would skip that one.
Oh, my God. Okay, yeah, we don't want to do that.
Maybe it was better.
Spanking it in school. I will go next to, let's see, I have Dan on the line. Hi, Dan. Good morning.
Dan R?
Yes. Dan R. What's up, buddy?
We have a whole list of terminology we use at work. And if you got to take a notch out of something, I'm a carpenter. It needs Ralph Macchio.
That's great.
Back to the sea hare thing. We had a guy on site that didn't realize it was a sea hare and thought it was a sea hare like the ocean. We laughed for like a day. And every time somebody needed a sea hare off, we'd all just start talking like pirates.
Well, Dan, you have a couple others that are listed up here. Give us some more in the Ralph Macchio vein.
If you got to move it a little bit, it's a smidge Pinciotti. A little shout to that 70s show.
All right.
You got Flib Tyler, John Travolta. If you got a bolt.
Oh my God.
Travolta.
I love John Travolta.
That is great. I love it.
Pack out. You need a pack out. It's a Manny Pacquiao. The list goes on.
It makes it fun. Yeah.
And do they come up, just off the cuff a lot of times?
Oh, all the time. All the time.
I love it. All right. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it, man.
You guys rock. Have a great day.
You too, man.
There's a lot of code for hot women walking into certain places.
Apparently.
All right. So here's one for this person works at Primo's Hoagies. It says, we used to say, can you check the chicken? When a good-looking woman would walk in.
I wonder how many times people actually checked the chicken before they realized what was going on. There's no chicken.
Let's see. I will go to, let's go to Rob next. Hey, Rob, good morning.
Good morning, bitches.
Good morning, bitch. What's up, man?
Hey, so I do tree work. Just Rob from Bucks County, do tree work. And if, climbing the tree, if you need to get out on the limb, so you got to walk away from the trunk. So you're tied in. You got to walk all the way out on the limb to prune something. But somebody's too scared to walk out on the limb or inexperienced. They stay really close to the trunk, and we call them a crotch cricket.
A crotch
cricket. So
Yeah,
explain.
crotch cricket. Because the union of the branch that comes off of the tree is called a crotch. Or a union, so we call it a crotch a lot of times.
Okay.
So if you're too scared, your knees are shaking, I don't have experience, I can't walk out the limb. It's like, get out on the limb, you crotch cricket.
Thank you very much, Marissa. 2025. What a year.
What a year.
And there's been a lot of things that have occurred. And I'll just leave it at a blanket statement like that. A lot of things that have happened over this past year or so. And we have another announcement to make that will add to the things that we've shared with you. And I'm going to let Nick handle this announcement.
Thanks, Preston. Yeah, it has been a year for all of us. And I'll just pull the Band-Aid off. Today's my last day on the Preston and Steve show. This is my choice. I'm not being forced out. I've made this decision after a lot of thought and a lot of introspection. Chatted with you guys. I've talked a lot to our boss, Chuck D'Amico, and our other boss, Paul Blake. And so I came to this decision a couple of months ago. We were all able to have a conversation about it. And I know that there's a lot of mixed feelings and on my part, on everybody's part. This was not an easy decision to come to, but I'm comfortable with it. I'm really looking forward to what might be coming next in my life. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to miss you guys on a daily basis or miss this radio station, because I certainly will. But then, I took Preston out to lunch a month or so ago, and then Pierre died. And, like our entire lives have been just thrown into chaos over the last few months. It really started for us here in this room, and for anybody who was a fan of the radio station back in May with Kathy. And so it's just been a lot, and a lot of ups and downs. And lately, for me anyway, just more downs than ups. And so that's sort of led to what my decision has been, and I'm comfortable with it. Paul and Chuck have been incredibly kind and in guiding me and giving me some advice. You guys have been amazing and awesome, as I would expect you to be, but you just reassured me how much I've meant to you and how you guys have meant to me. I've worked on the show for 21 years, which is crazy. I've been at the radio station for 26 years, which is more than half of my adult life. And I'm just at the point now where I feel like I'm ready for a change. I want to try some new things, and a lot of ingredients went into making that decision. But that's where I am now. I don't want this to be an entirely sad occasion, even though I know there are elements of sadness to it. But I wrote some things down that I wanted to share with you guys, and we can get through some or all of them. But that's the headline.
Yeah.
So today is my last day. I will be on the air tomorrow, which is weird since today's my last day. But I recorded something with Ryan for Pierre's producer for Thanksgiving, and so you'll hear my voice. And last thing I want to do is burn bridges. I want to remain friends with you guys and keep in contact and hopefully just cross paths as we move forward in life. But I won't be working here on a daily basis, which is surreal and weird after 21 plus years. But, let me just say some of these things. Change really is inevitable. Sometimes it's forced upon us and we don't have any choice in the matter, like Pierre's death, for example. Nobody saw that coming. And we've all had to adapt and react and mourn and grieve and work on top of it all at the same time. Some of that has been exhausting. I know we've all felt personally exhausted, physically and mentally. Some of it has been incredibly uplifting and inspiring. I thought Camp Out, while really difficult, was one of the best weeks I've ever had in radio, and being there with you guys for that week just showed what Philly does and just made me so proud to be a part of this show and a part of this radio station. So there's been a lot of positivity too. But the echoes of Pierre's passing just continue to reverberate within these halls. They'll do so forever. Some change is unwanted, and some of it's out of our control. Losing Kathy is an example of that. We love her. We root for her. We want nothing but the best for her. But that wasn't her choice or ours, and this is my choice. So, I want to make sure that people know that I'm making this decision. Nobody else is. And then I want to say some things about you guys. I want to commend both Preston and Steve on the real good that you guys do. And I mean that in every sense of the word, the good that you guys do every day. There are the obvious and tangible and easily observable signature events. Camp Out for Hunger, the Blood Drive, Christmas Miracle, Keenan's, Cardboard Classic, Spring Training. They're all good and they're all fun and they all do good for the listeners and the community. And fun is good too. Getting out and having a good time with a group of friends is a good thing. But I also want to highlight the more subtle and the not quite as obvious ones. Number one, the consistency. You guys do this every day, and you've been doing it every day for a long time, and it ain't easy. Getting up early ain't easy. Being as dedicated as you guys are is really, really hard, and you do it better than anybody else, and I am constantly impressed by it. I might not say it enough, but what you guys do is incredible. The professionalism goes along with the consistency. You guys are pros, man, and Steve, you're a professional comic. And man, you're good at it. You're really funny. For a professional comic, job well done.
Yeah.
Preston, you started off as a professional DJ, and you're not quite a jock anymore, but you're still a DJ at heart, and you're the best host in the business. What you do is just amazing. I'm in awe of you all the time, and that's a real pro.
Thanks.
There's a high-minded purpose on this show. You guys want to do a show every day. That's not just schlock, not just generic, boring radio. It's different. There's Steve, you often ask about what's the angle to that. How can we elevate that? Something may have happened in the news. Let's make it a Preston and Steve type of a topic. And you guys are incredible at it. You're always great at it. This is an important one, the accessibility. And I think that's something we all learned from Pierre Robert. Just getting out and running for mayor and shaking hands and kissing babies and saying hi to listeners without whom we wouldn't be anything. And so the accessibility has really been important. But, man, you guys have carried on that torch. Even if you learned it from Pierre, you've just taken it to other levels. And it's been a really great experience for me to get out and meet listeners and have them be a part of my extended family. The entertainment. Every damn show's good. Every show, man. Like, there are stinkers occasionally, but they're rare. And if it's a great show, we go on and we do the next one. And if it's a bad show, we go on and we do the next one. And the bad ones are pretty rare. The great ones happen much more frequently. And to entertain the masses every day is also really difficult. And again, I have to highlight the comedy. You can do a radio show. You can do something that's entertaining or educational. But if you're not doing that without comedy in morning radio, generally, it's just not as much fun. And Steve, again, you're a funny man. But Preston, you make me laugh. Casey, you make me laugh. Marissa makes me laugh. Chuck D'Amico makes me laugh. And so to come to work and laugh every day truly is a gift. These are the ingredients which have made this show as good as it's been for the last 26, 7, 8 years, 30 years almost. And it's been as good as it's been for as long as it's been. And this is why our listeners, God bless them, respond and continue to listen and show such loyalty. They come to the events. They donate to charities. They're extended parts of this weird but amazing radio family. Over the last few years, we've lost some coworkers and friends, and that's been really tough for all of us. But that also brings me to me and a couple of things that I just wanted to say about my departure. There are a ton of things in life that we can't control. Sometimes when change is forced upon us, that lack of control feels terrifying and daunting. But I've been given a really rare opportunity to try and mold the next chapter of my life in a way that seems a little more fitting for me, maybe as an individual, and perhaps a little less a part of a larger entity. And I'm excited about that. I really am. It's been a real honor to be a part of something so incredible for so long. This radio station is incredible. Radio stations simply don't last this long in this country. They just don't. And this show is incredible and special. Radio shows don't stick together either. Just look around. There's infighting and there's ego and there's conflict, and that somehow this one continues to be the best in the country. And I'm really sad to be leaving that. And if it's the best in the country, let's face it, it's the best in the world. So, as in any case, in any job, there's always ups and downs. For a long time, there were more ups than downs, and we had so much fun. Some days and some nights, maybe a little too much fun. And unfortunately, for me personally, there's just been some more downs lately, and that's part of the reason why I've come to this decision. I feel like a change might help me improve my life, improve my physical and mental health, and make me feel a little bit more like a human. And that brings me to the last point that I want to bring up, which is mental health is important, full stop. I've dealt with depression and anxiety most of my adult life. Sometimes they affect me worse than others. And when physical exhaustion starts to set in and sleep becomes as rare as it can become, especially in this job, depression and anxiety can get much worse. Clinical depression is not just being sad, although of course sadness can be a part of it. Anxiety disorders are not just feeling anxious and nervous, although those can be symptoms too. I don't need to rant about mental health here, but if you know somebody who's dealing with depression or dealing with anxiety, reach out to them. Human interaction is a wonderful salve. So it's been quite a run, one that I've enjoyed more than I can say. I have so much gratitude, and there are so many moments that have filled my heart. I can never repay you guys. I can never express how much gratitude I have to Preston and Steve and Casey and Marissa and Kathy for helping me in this second half of my life establish a life. We all process grief differently. We all mourn differently. We all live differently. We all work differently. Some people work to live. Some people live to work. There's no right or wrong approach. There's only the one that feels right for you. And so, again, I want to thank Preston Elliott, Steve Morrison, Casey Foster, Kathy Romano, Marissa Magnata. You guys are the best people in the world. I love you dearly. You are my second family. And I'm so grateful that you've been in my life for this long. And you'll continue to be in my life. I'm not dying. You guys aren't dying. I'm just not going to be working here anymore. I also want to thank Bill Weston and John Fulham for hiring me in the first place. Those guys were incredible bosses, and I miss them. I want to thank Chuck D'Amico and Paul Blake again. Those guys are currently incredible bosses, and I want to thank them for everything that they've done for me. I'd like to thank Eric Simon, our promotions director, who just never stops, and he's incredible, and he keeps going and going and going, and I don't know how he does it. I'd like to thank Rodney Bird. Rodney's done a lot for me in my life and in my professional career, and there's nobody like Rodney Bird. There's just nobody like him. He's amazing. I'd like to thank Pierre Robert. He really gave me my first job in radio. I miss him every day. This has been really difficult for all of us. It's been really difficult for me. I love Pierre, and I think it's important to thank the people that you love. I want to thank Brent, Porsche, and Jackie Bam Bam, and Ryan Shuttleworth, and Sarah Parker, Marcus, and Jason, and Jen, and Blake, our part-timers, our weekend staff. They're all incredible. They work really hard, too. This MMR family is unlike any other. I love you all. I want to thank my wife, Andrea, for her seemingly never-ending patience and guidance and love and support. I want to thank my son, Ben, for being a great kid. He's unflappable. He's so smart. He's so hardworking. He's the best kid in the world. I want to thank my Tom. I want to thank my parents, Tom and Betsy, for always being there for me, even when life has been difficult and rough for them. And over the last couple of years, it has been more than once. So thanks, Mom and Dad. I want to thank my brothers, Adam and Josh, for talking me off the ledge a few times, for helping me in more ways than they can ever know, and for giving me such great guidance and support. I want to thank Ben's mom, Melissa. She's always been kind and supportive. She's an incredible mom. And after all this time and after all of these years, my ex-wife is still somebody that I can trust and somebody whose opinion I really value. So thank you, Melissa. I want to thank all my friends. You know who you are. I love you. And lastly, and certainly not least, and maybe most important, I want to thank the listeners for everything that they've ever done for all of us in this room, for every event that they've ever come to, for every donation that they've ever made, for every hug that they've ever given or handshake that they've given to us, for just saying hi, for just listening, for being there. The listeners, I love you.
Nick, thank you for all those great statements, by the way. Just to, put this out there, obviously this is a bittersweet thing. And when Nick first came to us, we were a little confused. We didn't understand why, but after further explanation, we understand this is what you need to do. So we're, supportive of that. And if this is where you need to feel, if this is where you feel that you need to go in life, then that's what you have to do. Given our druthers, you would stay right here. We'd have you on board. It would think things would be business as usual. But, this is a decision that you came to and you presented us with it. And who are we to say, how dare you, So
that's it. I mean, we're all, so when we've said before, and sometimes people bring it up, we've signed a contract to 2030. Nick is part of that contract.
Yep.
But Nick decided that, you decided. I feel sort of the same way, Nick. I think you seem to be excited about this. And so to me, that's a good thing.
I think it's like 95% good and positive and 5% absolutely terrifying.
As is any decision of this nature. But I say to you, you've had a couple of, I can hang a 180 moments that you haven't seized on. So this clearly is something that is right for you. And in as much, I'm not as given to be, I'm going to be in the 95% happy for you. And, we are going to continue to do what we do. We have some announcements concerning that, and we will, carry on in your absence, obviously, and do what we do as part of that, and wish you well. I think it will turn out well for you. Obviously, you do, or else you wouldn't be doing this.
Yeah, thanks. I'm really not exactly sure what comes next. I really appreciate you saying that, Steve. It does not come without some guilt. Leaving you guys, I've struggled with that. I love this show and I love being a part of it. I love what we've all collectively built. And again, I've been on the show for 21 years and that's a long time to do any job ever. But it's a family. And so to walk away from that is a bit of a strange separation. And so that part of it is sad and difficult for me. But I also want to say I will never not root for you guys. I love this show. I love what it does for Philadelphia. I love what this radio station does for Philadelphia. I hope and that I'll always be considered a part of the extended family. And if there's ever anything that I can do for you guys, I'm last thing I want to ever do is burn bridges or walk away from this and light a match and get the F out. I want to stick around. And I'm not dying. I'm not moving anywhere. I'll be in Philly.
Yeah, you don't have any concrete plans, right?
I don't. And so my concrete plans right now are I'm going to Ireland later today to see my son for Thanksgiving, and then I'm going to figure stuff out. Yeah. So I'll be back next week, and I've got a lot of possibilities. There's some ideas and things that I'd like to pursue, but I don't have a job lined up. I'm not quite sure where I'm going next, but we'll see.
So this is a series of difficult things for us this year. Obviously, we had Kathy, and then we knew of Nick before Pierre passed.
Yes, before.
He had talked to us about this, so we knew this was coming. And then we had Pierre, and obviously that rocked our world. So it's been confusing and a strange time this year, and terribly sad, and so we're coping with all of that. But I wasn't sure how we were going to handle all this, to be honest, on the air. I haven't really thought this through.
I know,
before we got here on the air.
I do feel happy for you, Nick, and I say to you, who's been supporting us, the show. I'm looking at Preston. I'm looking at Casey. I'm looking at Marissa. I'm looking at some other people who are going to be helping us. If you've been wonderfully loyal and supportive all these years, we're not going anywhere. And we are, this unit, it will be what it has been with all the things that are going on. As with anything, it's odd that you would find a show that would be on as long, especially a morning show, I don't want to say our level because that sounds self-aggrandizing, but at least a big show that doesn't go through changes like this. Sometimes, as Nick was pointing out in his beautiful assessment of everything. It happens by sheer force of nature, and other times it's by choice. But it does happen, and we've been through this many times. You and I, Preston, over the course of years, and Casey, going back all from the various stations and so on and so forth, and having a bin full of our stuff walking towards the front door, and we're due these every once in a while.
Yeah, so to touch on how we go forward and what happens from here on out, there will be some changes concerning on how we operate things. So Marissa Magnotta is going to move into the studio here with us, and she is going to set up camp in Nick's position, and I have to word this carefully because I don't want this to come off the wrong way. But thankfully, there's a person that is available that can move into a position with our show. When Pierre passed, it kind of left Ryan Shuttleworth hanging in that position is no longer going to exist, the midday producer. So Ryan is going to move in with our show, and he is going to be in Marissa's seat.
Yeah,
and that's where we're gonna take things as we start off and figure out how the show moves forward from here on out.
Marissa's a dynamo.
We're very happy to have Ryan on board because he is he's a hardworking utility guy that you can count on almost anything for.
And obviously his bona fides were well established during this trial by fire, right?
With Pierre.
And he's endeared himself over the course of years with the people who know that everything that you said, Nick, about what makes the station tremendous and what makes hopefully what we do mean something is embodied in Ryan. And again, as Matt Cord observed, taking over the midday slot, not replacing Pierre, but carrying on in his stead. Ryan, is appears to be thrilled with this, and as are we.
It's good news, and in a weird sea of strange and confusing news. Ryan and his existence is good news, and I will say this about Marissa and Ryan: they're the good ones. There are people in this world that I wouldn't trust to shift things around, and I trust Marissa with a million things, and I trust Ryan, and I love them both.
And let me mention how amazing Sam is, who's just been phenomenal and has been doing great stuff. And he's we're basically now, Preston, going to have to lock down everyone.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm tired of the migration. And again, you're going to have to pry this show from my cold hands. And that's the way I think you and I and Casey and everybody thinks about this. It's our, it's our passion, and you listening, you're our passion, and you're not getting rid of us.
No. By the way, 2025, 1 star, would not recommend.
No.
No. Well, Nick, we love you, and we wish you the best. Nick is going to be here for the rest of the show, and we, believe it or not, we have some guests coming up as well. So we're gonna change out our regularly scheduled program
just to show that we're totally fine with this.
But we wish you the best, man.
Yeah, and thank you guys for allowing me to say the things that I did, and thanks for everything over the last 21 years. I'm gonna miss you. I love you.
I do have one last question.
Yeah.
I know that you planned your post show events before Pierre passed. You're leaving. You're gonna leave the country for a few days. Yeah. Are you going to be back for his show?
I will.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be at the concert. I'll be at the memorial service. I wouldn't miss those. So I booked the trip to Ireland in September before any of this happened because I wanted to see my son for Thanksgiving. So that was well before any of these decisions.
Right.
But yeah, I'll be back in December for the show at the Fillmore, which is a great way to honor him, and I'll be there for the other stuff too.
Okay, excellent. All right, well, that's the announcement, folks.
There we go.
All right,
so it goes.
We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We do have members of the Academy of Music show that's currently performing Back to the Future, the musical.
Yeah.
They'll be joining us here in the studio. So we'll be back in a sec. Stay with us.
I'd laugh so much. I think I would go out just because it's so pleasant. Yeah,
that's great.
Crotch cricket.
Awesome, I love it. Thanks, Rob. Come on, you crotch cricket, move it. All right, we need to go to Sharon because here's when a hot guy comes in. We have something at a restaurant. Hi, Sharon. Good morning.
Hi.
Hi, Sharon. Okay, what type of work do you do?
Well, Well, this is when I was working at a deli, and me and my friends, when a hot guy would walk in, we would say, "That's a Bob."
That's a Bob.
And then one guy would come in all the time, and my girlfriend would say, "That's a Bob," and I would be like, "No, no way." Well, she ended up marrying him.
Wow.
And she always said, "I never had to worry about you, like you're my husband, because you didn't like him from the beginning."
That's a Bob.
And it's
Yep,
it's
that's
fun
a
having
Bob.
that second language. I'm sure you share a language with your wife, Preston,
Oh, yeah,
correct?
yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm trying
It's
to.
the same thing.
And I can't think of any terminology right now, but we definitely have some things that we will say that are some sort of code speak.
We back in my pot smoking days, and my kids are listening. Whatever. I don't smoke pot anymore. We would
Just to be clear.
But when we were like on the phone, we'd be like, "Yo, is Bob coming over?" And Bob was the hey, you hanging out with Bob tonight? Are you bringing Bob with you?
Oh,
yeah.
So, but pot you probably shouldn't smoke, right?
Yeah.
The more you know. The more you know.
See, I stepped in with that PSA.
But dude, I did have a friend who was like totally not even discreet about it. He'd be like, because you would just try and use it in, hey, is Bob coming over? Hey, bring Bob with you. Like, hey. But he'd be like, hey, is Bob going to be
you're
there?
making it sound suspicious anyway.
And when I say Bob, I mean pot.
Yeah.
If you're young, best to stay away from that stuff.
I was an adult.
All right, here's text says, at summer camp, we'd call hot sisters or moms Stanley, and hot brothers or dads were Stacy's.
Wow, that's complex.
Yeah, it says, yo, did you see that Stanley at archery as an example? So I think wouldn't it be the other way around? The hot
Yeah, maybe they meant.
moms and sisters would be Stacy's.
Maybe they're being sneaky.
Or maybe they were being sneaky. Yeah.
Do you know what's funny? And it hasn't aged well, Preston. In the movie Clueless, they refer to hot guys as a Baldwin.
A Baldwin.
And right now, that would not really hold up.
Here's another one that says, we work with cars. There's a viral TikTok of workers making monkey noises when management is coming.
That's not discreet.
We work with cars. Explorers are exploders. Toyotas are Toy Yoda. Well, it's the same. Tacomas are tacos, and Ford Escapes are escapee. Dory from Finding Nemo. Okay, so they use little phrases for different products. I'm going to go to Matt. We're talking about at work jargon. Yo, Matt. Good morning.
9 times.
9 times.
Yes.
9 times?
9
wow.
times.
9 times.
9 times.
Matt, what's up, man?
All right, so I'm a union electrician, right? And when we're on a job, if we got a foreman that'll spend like every second of every work day just staring at you while we work, we call him a bird dog.
A bird dog.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yep. And would a bird dog know what that means, or is that just your group of guys' language?
Oh, no, they know what it means.
They know what it means. All right,
They
gotcha.
absolutely know.
It's a standard industry term. All right, thanks, Matt.
Matter of fact, a lot of us have stickers on our hard hats that have like a pointer hound with the circle and the line through it.
With a line.
No bird
through it.
dogs.
All right. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it. Let me go over to I don't know who this is. Hi, you're on the air. I have no name for you. You work in a restaurant? Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, that's you. Hi, what is your
I'm sorry, I said Amanda, but it's fine.
There we go.
Yeah, so I used to work in a restaurant, as most young kids did before my big girl job, and we used to track mullets that walked in.
Okay, and how would you indicate that?
So if you make like an L with your hand, an upside down L was a man mullet, because it's got your fingers pointing down like the back of the mullet.
Right.
But a regular L was a lady mullet.
Okay.
And so we would put it up on our chest and say 23. And you'd walk by and be like, oh, that's a good, so whenever we saw a mullet, it was like.
So to explain what you're talking about, if you were to do like a hand pistol and point the barrel to the ground, that would be a man mullet.
That's a man mullet.
Okay.
I love it. And then the number was
almost like a loser symbol.
Right.
Gotcha.
And so you would do that and then give a number, and would that coincide with a table?
With the table.
There you go. I love that. I love that. Thank you, Amanda.
And frankly, I'm always happy not knowing, obviously This is being carried on away from your knowledge, and that's probably best.
Okay, let me go to Michelle. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, Michelle.
I worked overnight at a CVS, and my supervisor and I, we would, I'd be in the front and he'd be in the back, and I would announce a code Q when a hot guy came in, and we would have a game. He would have to go around the store and find who I was talking about.
Find the code Q.
Oh, that's great. And
Especially in overnight.
So you would do that on the intercom in the store?
Yeah.
That's great.
My supervisor was, gay, and he was always looking for people, and I would just announce, code Q. That was for cutie, and he would have to walk around and find who I was talking about.
Love it.
That's excellent.
I love it.
That's great. All right, thank you, Michelle. All right, Casey, which line?
2, David.
All right, let me go to him. Hi, David, good morning.
Good morning, folks.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
I'm a juvenile probation officer, and I work in the house arrest with the devices on the ankles.
Okay.
And we get a lot of recidivists. That's the terminology. But usually they like you, and they're being very friendly because they like that somebody's treating them with respect and talking to them and paying attention.
Right.
Or they really hate you and they're angry at you. So we'll call them your boyfriend or your girlfriend or your son or your daughter. Like if it's a female probation officer going out there, oh, your boyfriend's here. Repeat offender.
That's
They keep coming back.
Okay.
That's the standard. Yeah,
So
I've
boyfriend
actually
or
heard that. Yeah.
girlfriend would be a term for a repeat offender. I gotcha. Makes sense. Nice. All right. Thanks, David. Appreciate it. Let's go to Kenny. Hey, Kenny. Good morning. That's what we do when an attractive person comes into the office.
We're really discreet.
Yeah, very
about
discreet
it.
about it. What's up, Kenny?
How's everybody? Yeah,
Good.
I used to work at a big logistics plant, warehouse type of deal. It was a 100,000 square foot building.
Wow.
And a lot of guys working, packing boxes. And the bosses were tough. They wanted to make sure you're working 1,000,000 miles a minute. And they would walk around at each department. And we had a code. It was 10, like the number 10 when they were coming.
All right.
And we were getting close because the head manager was a tall, slender guy. And the owner was a short, fat guy. So next to each other, they looked like the number 10. That was our code.
That's excellent.
That's excellent, yes.
Oh, my God.
It's like hot dog and hamburger, right?
Totally. And you call it out, and they would know they'd be on the way. Nice. All right. How about military jargon? We're going to go to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy.
I'm listener, first-time caller.
Excellent. Appreciate it, man. All right. You were military, Jeremy?
Yeah, so I was in the military for 6 years, and whenever we did guard duty, we would, somebody who just didn't have any of their stuff together, we'd be like, oh, that's an ID 10 Tango right there.
ID 10 Tango, and what does that mean?
So that's idiots in the phonetical alphabet.
Yeah, because when you write it out.
Yeah, ID 10 Tango.
Yeah, I got it.
I think I might use that one.
That's great. Sounds so official.
Yeah.
ID 10 Tango. Nice. All right. Thanks,
That's
Jeremy.
great.
Appreciate it, man. Let's go over here to Justin. Hi, Justin. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right. So we're talking about at work speak, jargon, and what would you guys use, and what did you do?
Well, basically, whenever any good-looking girl or whatever came in, we'd say, so-and-so, whatever the name is that was working next to me.
Yep.
We'd say line 6.
Line 6.
Line 6.
We didn't have a line 6 on the phone or anything, so we kind of knew, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, so and where was this you were working, Justin?
I'm
What
an
type
auto
of work?
technician. Auto technician.
Auto
An
technician?
auto
Okay,
technician.
all right, I
Okay,
got you.
So,
Yep.
So line 6, and that was the phrase, and everybody knew it.
Yes, sir.
That
Nice.
seems to generate, obviously, identifying attractive people is definitely a large part of code speak.
Yep. We'll go over to Don next. Hey, Don, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, so I used to work at Victoria's Secret, and around the holiday time, we would have a lot of people trying to steal stuff. So the code word, if someone was trying to steal something, was, I think we got a Susie.
A Susie.
A Susie. Now, what was that based on? Just a random selection of a name, or does it have any meaning beyond that?
Just a Susie is just like someone that's probably going to steal something. Like around the holiday time, it's really big. Like a lot of people like steal the perfumes and bras. I don't know.
You're right. So in malls, if you ever had a mall job or a store job, where there's a lot of inventory, a lot of people coming in and out. There are a lot of code words for people they believe are shoplifting. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yep, I like Susie. Thank you very much. Let me get one more. This is Dave. This should be interesting. Hey, Dave.
I want to take his out back and punch his. All of you. Right now, I'll take his physically.
That's very well done.
Get away from me.
So, I used to work at a theme park, Sesame Place in the area.
All right.
And I was in the parks department where we would clean up all the spills, and bathroom accidents. Well, any incident that had a correlation to one of the characters, we use that color. So if there was a blood incident, you have a code Elmo.
Oh, my God.
If there was a pee incident, it'd be a code Big Bird. And the greatest one that I still use to this day is if there was a brown incident, it would be called a code Snuffy.
Snuffy.
Snuffleupagus.
Was this like all the employees knew this, or this was just you and the guys you worked with?
This was the actual codes that would go over the radio.
Oh, my God, that's really funny.
My Aunt Chris, who works at a hospital in the area, actually found them so hilarious that she took the codes into her hospital, and her staff now use those throughout the hospital.
So P, Big
Chris, I love you very much.
P is Big Bird, blood is Elmo, and Snuffleupagus is
poop.
Crap. Yeah.
Yeah. I love
and
that,
if there
Dave.
was Throw up would be Oscar.
Oscar, I knew it. Yep. Well done. Excellent.
Oh,
All
it's
right,
so
thanks,
magical
Dave.
here. They keep making announcements.
By myself, I'll take you physically.
I got to go to this one. Okay, so I don't know what Ben did, where he worked, but this is interesting. Hey, Ben, good morning. Hi, Ben. You're on the air, bud. Is your name Ben?
I'm Tim.
Ken. It's Ken.
Oh.
Tim.
Or Tim?
Tim.
All right, Tim. All right, so what kind of work did you do, Tim?
So I have a construction company, and it's a small company. It's me and two guys, and we're working on this house on a park. And there's tons of women walking by. So if a woman walked by and had big breasts, we're always playing the radio. So we'll put on, play the John Mellencamp song.
Okay. Melons.
And then if a woman with a large butt will yell out, Wayne Gretzky, because he's number 99. 99 can look like a nice butt with two legs.
See, it's
Wayne.
It's thought out there.
Yep.
Mellencamp and Wayne Gretzky. It makes sense.
All right, thanks, Tim. I appreciate it. All right, so if you're in an establishment and you're a customer and you hear something that doesn't make any sense at all to you,
right?
They might be talking about you for all you know. You
It's
never
possible.
know. There's a secret language. All right, thank you for sharing, gang. We appreciate that. All the calls, all the texts, but we got to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We have Bizarre File Stories, and after that, we have Impact Wrestlers stopping in. We have Ali Sheedy on the show as well. Hang in there. Be back shortly.
Preston and Steve.
Rochelle, my wife, watches shows that I don't watch. She watches like 90 Day Fiance and Love is Blind and things like this. So she started watching this show over the weekend on Netflix, and it's called The Circle. And apparently it's been out. It's had several seasons. It's the third season. And in the first season, there's a couple people. There's a dude from Conchi.
Oh, yeah.
That's on the show.
Really?
Yeah. A guy from Conchi and his mom. And
yes.
I ran into his mom a couple of times. I believe she's a realtor.
Thank you, Marissa. So at the Academy of Music, the Back to the Future musical is playing as we speak. EnsembleArtsPhilly.org to get your some tickets. And we have a couple of members of the cast that are joining us here in the studio. We have Marty McFly and Doc Brown both here. Please welcome Lucas Hallauer and David Josefsberg.
Great Scott.
Thanks for having us. All right, Lucas, did I get your name right? Hallauer?
Yeah.
I got it right.
Yeah.
Points for you.
Notoriously horrible with names, but
Mine's hard.
No, we welcome you guys. Thank you. And David, we heard the great Scott there.
Yes. You always got to give great Scott.
I got to jump right in with, you're portraying these well-established, well-loved characters in film. These have to be, You're not trying to do a caricature of what the film actors did? What
Christopher Lloyd.
Yeah. All right. What are you pulling off in stage wise? Because you have to give some love to that. Of course, they're iconic.
Yeah, it's yes, that's the word I was going to use. Is iconic. You can't mimic them. But so the guy who created the franchise, Bob Gale, also did the musical.
Okay.
So he allows us to. I steal everything I can from him. I stole everything from the guy who did it on Broadway, and then I add like a tiny bit of myself, and that's what we get.
Well, and you just said you don't want to do an impression or an imitation of. You want to pay tribute while making it your own. Now, Lucas, in owing to the original movie, does another actor play your role for the first half?
No, not
like
quite.
Eric Stoltz.
No, that would make it a lot easier for me, though.
Yeah. And that's another tough one to step into. But, it's, I assume, with the, walking on eggshells comes the joy. I assume you're both fans. I mean, you'd be hard-pressed to find someone who isn't a fan of the source material. But to make it your own in a little bit of a way is got to be really, really fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And I mean, like he said, they're such iconic characters and played by such iconic actors. So, a lot of people are expecting some of those things when they come to see the show. So it's nice to be able to give the audience what they want, but also, like David said, put some of myself into it. And like he said, Bob's so good about that.
I mean, it's amazing to have that pedigree associated with it. Just from the commercials, when I was seeing it, I'm like, how the hell are they going to pull that off? That alone has to put asses in seats.
Yeah.
And Casey and Marissa are here to report you do it.
Yeah.
So did that blow you away?
Yeah, I mean, the first time I saw the show on Broadway, it was insane to watch how they have created these time travel sequences, and like the sequence where Doc is up on the clock tower and Marty's in the car. It's like cutting back and forth between that. It's just really incredible to see how the technical team has pulled it off. And there's a DeLorean on stage. So it's like, it's just a dream come true, and they've done it really well.
I love it. It's one of my favorite things about going to theater is to see how the stage crew has created these things and the ingenuity and thinking outside of the box to, create illusions and things. It's insanely impressive. And it's a touring show, right?
Yeah. So this is the first national tour.
So here's my question. When you pull into a new theater and they have to set it up and get it going, do you guys have to do full rehearsals leading into this in a new theater, or is it you already know your part, you show up and you go and you do when it's showtime?
We do a little bit of tinkering just in the backstage stuff, but it's basically like, it's incredible what the crew does and how they get the whole show in there. But it's basically, they set it up. We come in, we do a little sound check because the sound is completely different in each theater too, and then we just go.
That's right. But Preston, there I think could be the potential for like a Spinal Tap moment.
Yes.
Where if you're playing a theater that you're not used to, it sort of becomes muscle memory in one theater, and now you find yourself lost in another one. Has that ever occurred?
Oh yeah, backstage is completely. You're like, okay, I'm on this floor. Sometimes we're on the first floor, sometimes we're on the third floor, and I am the worst I have the worst direction skills, so I need someone to lead me around. They're like, take the old man and bring him to where he needs to go.
So from the parking lot to occasion, great.
Where the hell am I?
I will say so. Most people know the movie, backwards and forwards and sideways and upside down, and I do too. And in fact, the movie itself, I think about way too often. I really do. I'm like, what could they have done better? Blah blah blah. But so the stage production follows the plot of the movie, the way that we know it. But you do change things up a little bit. So. And I will say,
you get rid of the time travel stuff.
The way the DeLorean enters the stage for the first time is super exciting, and people don't expect it. And I loved it, and I didn't see it coming, and I want to go back and see it again so I can anticipate it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it is different than the movie, and it's a bigger entrance for the DeLorean. I think it's a lot more exciting than just coming out of the truck.
One of the things I thought was pretty cool, but like same with Steve, I've only seen the commercials for it, but it looks like you guys are trying to stay as true to visuals as were in the film. Even so, in that opening sequence when Marty is playing the guitar with the giant speaker, he has it's like a miniature electric guitar. You guys have the same model, the same one.
Yeah, they are very they get the details very down. They've got all the like flyers that say save the clock tower. All of those are screen accurate, and the costumes and everything. They love to make it as screen accurate as possible.
Has anything from the actual movie ported its way into any of these productions, whether it be just a prop for good luck or anything like that?
Not into the show, but we had somebody come and bring us like one of Michael J. Fox's hats from the film and the remote
control. Really? Oh, yeah, it was super cool.
That is awesome.
So we got to hold that and have some fun with that, but not in the show.
So when you have a story that's going from screen to stage, and it's for a musical, you've got to take important sequences and turn them into songs. And I'm curious as to where you guys went, or where the writers went as far as the music, the songs are concerned. Those classic, dialogue exchanges. So can you give us a highlight or two of some fun ones?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we have to keep all the iconic songs that were in the movie, Power of Love, Johnny Be Good, Back in Time, all those fun ones, Earth Angel. But there's also some really good new songs that Alan Silvestri and Glenn Ballard wrote. Silvestri did the dun dun dun, so he came back
powerhouse, multi Grammy award winning.
Yeah.
I mean, they're that's about as good as you can get.
Yeah, so they came back and did some really good music. One of my favorites is "Put Your Mind to It," which is like the sequence where Marty is talking to George about like how to be cool and how to ask Lorraine out, and they turned it into this really awesome and funny and heartwarming song that I love doing every night.
There's a bit more dancing in the Broadway show than it was in the movie.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And I think
I never thought of Doc Brown as being able to really cut a rug.
I mean, he's moving up there.
Yeah.
I'm moving up there. Dangerous.
Did they leave in, and we'll probably ask these questions a few times, one of my favorite sequences is, Lou, I need a milk, chocolate, and it slides down. Is that in the show?
You know, it is a little bit different now, and
Okay.
I'll leave it to you to see that, but
Okay.
the line exists.
All right, good.
I wanted to ask you, David. So some of the information that came through on the research, something about, and I'm trying to figure out exactly what this is. Target 100 certified coach working in personal training, health coaching, and breath work. Is this skewed towards acting and singing, or is it just a life enhancement?
It's more of it's a life enhancement. It's more like clearing your mind and getting out of the stress response and finding. I didn't know we were going to go here. I'm Dr. Brown. It sort of allows you to
I'll take you back before you were stressed.
Yeah, right, exactly.
But no, it's a cool thing. We talk about stuff like that a lot on the show about ways to handle the myriad distractions and things that can add to stress in your life.
Absolutely.
And so that's always something of interest.
It's like a physical meditation where you breathe. You know, Wim Hof. It's sort of like doing that stuff. Yeah, it's exactly that. You get to a state where you're sort of like you're on like some sort of substance that could help you get somewhere, but without using any substance.
Without getting arrested.
All right.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you use any of those techniques when something goes catastrophically wrong in the middle of a live show, which it is bound to happen no matter how great a show is? Stuff goes south.
Oh yeah, and this is a very this show. There's so much, and as we travel the country, things can happen. I do some sort of breathing. I do like the 4-7-8 breathings or that military breathing, that kind of stuff.
And I taught a class
works
for the whole company.
Oh really?
I did teach a class for the company.
Did you benefit from it? You think?
I didn't go.
You bastard!
I had other plans, but he said he was going to do more classes and hasn't. So
wow.
So it's my fault.
Well, there's a slap in the face. As better people who've worked a lot in the stage, and I just you both have stuff in your resume, and I see Les Mis pop up a lot. As far as is that sort of the benchmark, the holy grail? You at least have to get to that point to do it. Once you've done that, have you gotten sort of your
wings, like your actor? Yeah, for me, Les Mis is the end. Like it's the beginning and the end. I don't know. These younger kids, maybe not. They're like, it's Wicked, or I don't know.
Yeah, because having seen it on Broadway. It's a mofo in theater terms. And was that your experience with it, Trial by Fire?
It's like 3 hours and 15 minutes of like constant singing and this. And I met all my greatest friends. I met my wife. We both played Marius and Cosette. And so I have my kids are born because of Les Mis. Like, it's the. For
Are your
me,
kids named after Les Mis characters by any chance?
Marius and Gavrat? No.
And then, of course, there's a DeLorean in that as well.
Of course, yes. Going through France. Hello, driving the car.
Lucas, he called you a kid. How old are you?
24.
All right.
But David loves to comment on my age.
This is jealous.
That'd be the relationship of actually,
yeah.
Marty and Doc Brown.
Now,
So.
it's really cool, and I talk about this a lot on our show because my daughter is a musical theater major right now. She's a sophomore at Michigan State University, and so she loves the theater. She loves being in the theater. She loves being on the stage. She loves being behind the scenes. And this is what you guys do. I read that you went to Coastal Carolina. That was actually on one, dude, when you apply for musical theater, she applied to like 28 different colleges.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was just one of those things because you have to get in academically first and then you have to audition. So it is a process.
And usually you have to go to the campus to audition. And
did you do like Moonifieds and stuff like that?
No,
or?
I ended up just going to, I only auditioned for 9 schools, but I ended up going
What is
to
that?
every
What is a
school.
Moonified?
Moonified is basically, so she went down to Texas for this, and so rather than auditioning at like 28 different college campuses,
You go to the moon.
You go to
You
go to one place and you audition for several schools basically all at once.
See.
Yeah.
I'm not hip to the theater
It
terms.
scared me to do that, to audition for all of them at once. I was like, no, what if I mess up? Then I don't get into any of the schools.
I'm not good in front of people.
So I was like, I'll just do it 9 different times and hopefully one of them is good.
Right.
I wanted to ask you guys another Back to the Future question because I love the movie as well, and it is it's become sort of canon in film lore in my household. And there's always these questions about the relationship between Doc and Marty, like how they became friends in the first place, and why is a high school kid friendly with this elderly scientist or whatever. And I saw that there were these drafts of the movie that never got made where Einstein, the dog, was actually a monkey at one point.
Yes.
Some of the plot lines weren't really family friendly, and one of those plot lines was that Doc Brown, in order to make some money, sold drugs, and Marty was his mule at the school. Did you guys ever read this?
I did not read that.
Okay. This was a very early draft. Obviously, that never got made, but
It was the Tarantino draft.
Well, it was so it had to do with movie rights, Steve, and like it ended up being like it was going to be a Disney project and whatever. So studio notes came back and they said that they were never going to make it that way. And then in the final movie, the movie that actually got made, they just never really got around to explaining why Doc and Marty are friends.
Yeah. I actually talked to Bob Gale about this because I wanted an answer, obviously. It's like, how do I justify being friends with a man so much older than me? How does Marty justify that? And so what Bob told me was basically, it's like, when your parents are like, don't go around that house and you want to do it more. And he was like, I think it was that situation where Marty got told not to go there and then went there and Doc kind of offered him a job cleaning up around the lab. And then it just turned into friendship.
He had the killer amps. So there you go.
That too. Yeah.
There you go. It's
Good
not
point.
like the amps are sitting there. It's not like he hadn't heard him across the fence and said, "What's going on over here?"
Simple story.
But
there
you're
you go.
sort of right. Bob said it started as a business relationship. Doc started paying Marty to help out. So.
Doc was teaching breath work, and if that was the case, Marty never would have showed up. The movie wouldn't have happened.
I love it in the movie because in the beginning of the movie, you see Marty. He plays the guitar on the amp, and then he's like, "Oh crap, I'm late," and then he goes to school and he leaves. And you don't realize it in the beginning of the movie, but he's in Doc Brown's garage that you're in 1955, and it's just in the Burger King parking lot. And then the Twin Pines Mall turns into the Lone Pines Mall, just so many things. And I'm watching the stage production. I'm enjoying myself. By the way, the gentleman who plays Goldie Wilson is fantastic.
Yeah.
Really, really. I mean, everybody's fantastic in
The
the
most
show.
insane voice I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Truly.
Really, really good stuff. But I'm watching it. I'm like, okay, how would I do this differently?
Yeah,
You know,
I mean,
how would I
think
write the story differently?
Therein lies an issue that you have to contend with, and so obviously you're pulling it off because people are loving it. I have to ask you because we were talking about this the other day. The original, the best, Back to the Future, and then the second one, a darker and I think a weirder, more wonkier timeline. And I think the third one, which people have crapped all over, I think actually recaptures a lot of the
I
whimsy
love the third
of the
one.
first one.
Yeah.
So you agree with that?
I agree. Yeah.
And I didn't do any breathing exercises.
But getting back to the stage production, I really enjoyed the mixture of practical effects and visual effects. Really, really great stuff in how, I mean, the DeLorean is essentially static on stage, but it looks like it's going 88 miles per hour. You know, like that's really, really cool stuff.
Is there a drivable DeLorean anywhere within the theater, or is there any? Because I assume that's got to be a prop.
What do you mean by drivable?
I mean, drivable in street drivable.
No,
Okay,
not that we travel with us. No. All
right.
I sit in the car and it takes me where I need to go.
They're not going to.
Very thankfully, I don't think they want me driving a car around the stage. It wouldn't go well.
And you're going to be at the parade, right?
I'll be walking in the parade tomorrow with a DeLorean coming along with us, driving down the parade route. So
nice
with his nice vest. Of course.
Hey, Lucas, anybody ever tell you kind of look like Joe Keery from Stranger Things?
You do.
Yeah.
All the time.
All right.
Like I
Say
get
it
it all
every
the
day.
time, and we're very excited to watch Stranger Things when it comes out today.
There's your next musical.
Yeah.
I know. Well,
Demogorgon
they've got
on
a
Broadway.
play on Broadway right
There
now.
is a play.
Yeah, there's a play on Broadway.
there?
It's getting really good reviews. It's technical.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah.
And there's background on
Trust me,
Vecna.
dude.
Yeah, it's got the same illusion team that we use.
Oh, no
the
kidding.
illusions are all- yeah, and our a former George on tour is now playing Hopper on Broadway. So
Okay.
Excellent.
So you're saying it's worth $300
it was
a ticket?
very good. I enjoyed
Which
it
I looked
thoroughly.
at.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
$300.
Yeah.
A lot more
Cheaper at the
affordable.
Academy of Music.
Yes, come see Back to the Future, actually.
I want to touch on this real quick before we wrap this thing up. But David, you had said off air that you've been in this studio before.
Yes, so I did back in the day, probably before Lucas was born. A show called The Wedding Singer with Stephen Lynch.
Yes,
and then
old friend.
I wrote some off-color material, and then he took me on tour with him for about 5 years.
Okay.
We haven't seen. We were talking about how we haven't seen Stephen in a long time. A show favorite and a good friend of the show.
Yeah.
But he apparently is out and about working. We told you the time we almost killed him accidentally during the Camp Out Thunder, and that's maybe why we haven't seen him in a while.
Probably.
What role did you play in Wedding Singer?
You know the Steve Buscemi uncle guy, yeah. So
I'm the best guitar player in the world.
and then I covered Sammy. So
And were you one of the musicians on Craig Machine and some of his touring stuff?
yeah, singing.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
And I said this to you off air, but like the music on Craig Machine and Steven's stuff is what kept me coming back. It's obviously hilarious. I love his writing, but the music is just fantastic. It's a really well produced and terrific sounding album.
Yeah, he's the best. It's all. I mean, first of all, the glorious voice on that guy, and then he writes just great music in all different genres.
When this role is done, will there be more of your solo going out? I mean, I know you performed with him, but do you do?
I don't think I'm going to be going back to that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think I've had enough. I mean, if Steven will have me, Steven, if you're listening, if you can get, maybe, or maybe I go back in my time machine. Who knows?
We used to have a lot of mentoring to do with Lucas.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Well, the show is playing through the 30th, so get the tickets if you have not gotten them yet at ensembleartsphilly.org. It's the Academy of Music. What a gorgeous theater.
Oh.
Great place to see a show, and they put on wonderful shows throughout the year. So thank you guys for coming by here today, and enjoy, and we'll see you. Are you both in the parade tomorrow?
Just
Or
me.
Just
me.
you?
David's got a family that
I
he's
got to
going to
cook
go
for my
play
family.
for.
I got to cook for the family.
Are you from here? Do you live here?
I live in Jersey.
Okay. All right.
Well, happy Thanksgiving to both of you.
Hey, you too. You as
All right,
well.
thanks, guys. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having
All
me.
right, let's hear it for both David and Lucas. And you can see Back to the Future, the musical. Tickets available at ensembleartsphilly.org. And if you haven't been to musical theater in a while, go. I've fallen in love with it recently, and I highly recommend. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
In Conshohocken, yes, and she was also a character when I saw her in person. But she listens to the show, and she was like, yes.
And there's a gal from Delco on it.
What's the premise of the
and
show?
She went to Cabrini. Okay, so it's they put these people in this, I don't know, apartments or whatever. They give them a place to stay. Everybody's sequestered. They're on their own. You have no outside sources. You don't have a phone or anything like that. Okay, and you communicate via text only. There's like a message board of sorts.
Okay, so you
And
never see each other.
You never see each other. You have a picture of you. Or you might be catfishing. You might be pretending to be someone else.
All right.
Now, listen, I don't watch this, so I've been told that this is how the show goes. So anyhow, they all communicate via text or sending messages back and forth to each other. I don't know what the nature of these conversations are or how they get started, but nonetheless, there's a voting system. The people that are considered, you get to vote for other people who you think is your favorite, I guess, or something like that. And whoever the top two that get the most votes are then able to vote people out. but they keep rotating. Like if they vote you out, then they bring new people in.
Hence the circle.
And it keeps
Right.
going. I don't know what the point of the show is. I don't know if there's a prize. All I know is that my wife and daughter are now on board, and I hear them laughing hysterically while they're watching the show, and they're talking about so-and-so and this person and that person and doing this and this, and they find it hilarious. But the dude from Conchi, his accent is so Delco.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh my God. It is. Yeah, it's definitely all over it. And the girl is also, who's from Delaware County. I just know sketches of information, but I thought it was pretty funny when the guy, I did see his indoctrination into the show, and he's like, yeah, from Conshohocken. I'm like, did he just say Conshohocken? Like, when do you ever hear the town of Conshohocken mentioned on a syndicated television show?
Isn't it hilarious, though, how giddy you get? Like, if in a show, listen, with all this going on in the world, if I see something I recognize, like our skyline in a movie,
I know, totally.
And it's just something that you can't help it. So when you hear a contestant, I don't care how bad the show is, and we're looking at the trailer for the show, and it looks pretty bad, but, hey, it's cool.
I can't help but think, though, people who know nothing about this area who actually just hear the word Conshohocken and say, what in the hell is that?
Well, I told you, I've bemoaned the fact for years that anytime someone is from Long Island, New York, which is where I spent most of my earlier formative years, they're a raving moron. And that's the way it's constantly the way it is. Yeah, this kind of guy. And so there's a lot more people on Long Island, but that's the impression you would get all the time.
Okay, so the guy's name is Ed. Somebody's texting in about him, and he was on The Challenge, I guess, which was on MTV.
It used to be the Road Rules versus Real World Challenge, and now it's just called The Challenge.
Oh, really?
So does this have a vibe like that, like an MTV Real World?
Not. I didn't get Real World from
Well,
it.
you're not watching it.
But it's definitely got that MTV sensibility. And they're really playing it up for the camera and everything. But all I know is Rochelle and Caroline are laughing their asses off while watching the show. So good for them. I'm glad they found the show.
Sure.
Now, there's another show on Netflix, and I have not seen this. Steve has, though, that has a tie to our area. And it's on Netflix, and it's The Worst Roommate Ever.
Yeah. Casey had mentioned it last week as well. You watched one of the episodes. I think this might have been the premiere. I watched that one as well with an older woman. So this is, as you would imagine, these are sociopaths who end up being, living in proximity to you or whatever. And then this story arose, Preston, that you're going to talk about.
Yeah, some dude who ended up... the people ended up dead in this particular story.
That's kind of an underlying theme to all of these, Preston?
Yeah, the first two episodes I watched, and people were dead.
So this was in Montco. So in 2017, it's the saga of a serial squatter, and it ended in 2 shocking deaths in Montgomery County. The story's available for streaming on the Netflix series, and it's based on New York Magazine's viral 2018 article, The Worst Roommate Ever. The series of the same title tells the story of Jameson Bachman, or as his Chestnut Hill roommate Alex Miller came to know him as Jed Creek. So his name is Jameson Bachman, but he went by Jed Creek, a name that he had used to respond to a fateful Craigslist ad that Miller had posted seeking a roommate. And that exchange would serve as the beginning of an increasingly nightmarish string of events. So you can watch this episode, but I'm gonna reveal what happened here if you don't mind.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, so as Jed Bachman contacted Miller about the room, saying that he was a lawyer from New York who had grown up outside of Philly and that he needed a place to stay in the area to deal with some family issues. And after meeting up, the two became roommates. Bachman wrote a check for Miller immediately and then moved in the same evening. And it started to get weird almost immediately, according to this article. Bachman showed up with 6 plastic bins, which contained all of his worldly possessions, as well as a cat, which Miller was allergic to and unaware that Bachman had. Bachman removed light bulbs from shared living spaces, took kitchen chairs to build a desk in his room, moved Miller's personal items around, and then refused to pay his portion of the utility bills. And after finding a cigarette butt in the toilet bowl, Bachman refused to pay the next month's rent, insinuating that Miller had broken the, quote, warranty of habitability. There you go. A warranty of habitability and covenant of quiet enjoyment. That's what he called these. He said, according to Miller, he said, we agreed that he would share the cost of paying the bills. And he said later Jed would laugh at me when I asked him to pay the bills.
It's not a good sign.
And he said when he laughed at me, it was sinister. It was demeaning. It was patronizing, like I was stupid. Miller's mother ran a search on Bachman's phone number, revealing that he wasn't Jed Creek at all. Instead, they found out that his true identity was Bachman and that he was a serial squatter who had terrorized roommates up and down the East Coast.
When you're locked into an effing nightmare like that, it just seems like there's no way out.
Bachman, Miller found out, knew just enough about tenancy laws to take advantage of roommates by not paying rent, refusing to leave, and eventually forcing them to move out of their own houses. Primarily, he'd accomplished that through weird domestic torture, like clogging toilets with cat litter. But at least one former roommate, a woman named Arlene Herbiden, had physical altercations with Bachman that resulted in restraining orders. Bachman even took 2 of her cats to area kill shelters after taking over her apartment. Another former roommate, someone named Sonia Acevedo, found that he regularly behaved violently. Acevedo came to block herself in her own room with a chair, worried that he might snap at any time, and booby-trapped the door when she wasn't home to see if he was entering her space. By the way, Bachman was from Elkins Park. He graduated from Cheltenham High School in 1974.
Yay.
Friends interviewed in the series described him as smart, charming, and good-looking, and said most people thought that he had a bright future despite a tumultuous family background. He attended Tulane University in New Orleans, but it was there that one friend, identified as Bob F., says Bachman witnessed a brutal murder and that changed him forever. So a guy named Ken Gutsiet, a friend of Bachman's, was murdered at a frat house following an argument at the school's library. Gutsiet bled to death from a slashed neck. And after witnessing that, Bob F. says that that changed Bachman's outlook from upbeat and positive to very dark and very paranoid.
This is the nightmare, I think, of, and I know people who do it will enter into living situations, with basic strangers, with a very little bit of vetting.
Right.
And I think, like, in this series kind of focuses in on a number of these situations that go horribly wrong.
I had to live with somebody for a couple months that I didn't know.
Right.
I'll tell you about that in a second. I'm going to get you a little bit more on this. And if you have a roommate that went nutty on you story, feel free to give us a call, 215-263-WMMR. So after learning Bachman's true identity, Miller threw a lengthy party at her home with drinking, smoking, and rap music, 3 of Bachman's apparent pet peeves, as a way to get him to want to leave. Well, that escalated into assault. Bachman choked Miller, slamming her leg in a door, slashing at her with a knife. He was arrested, and Miller filed for a protection from abuse order that included Bachman's eviction. Bachman's brother, Harry, ended up bailing him out of jail twice, which ultimately would result in both of their deaths. So in November 2017, and I don't remember seeing this story, but Bachman killed Harry in his brother's Elkins Park home. Killed his own brother. In his home.
Yes.
With the district attorney's office saying that Harry suffered blunt force trauma to the head and body. After the murder, Bachman fled in his brother's car and used his credit card to check into a hotel in Upper Moreland Township. And there, a SWAT team served an arrest warrant on Bachman, but not without a struggle. As the series points out, Bachman swung a camp-style axe at officers.
I do remember this.
Striking one in the face and another one in the arm before being taken to custody. However, he would never go to trial for Harry's murder. He hanged himself in his cell at Montgomery County Correctional Facility.
So he ends up killing his own brother.
60 years old.
He's got his list of things. He tortures his roommates. Kitty litter in the, to back up the toilet.
Yeah. And he was doing that regularly.
Yeah,
He would live with people and drive them crazy.
And then chase them out.
And what are you getting out of that?
That's the question. Is it because you just feel this need to exert control over people? Is that it? Is that the big thing?
I don't know. But you talked about people not knowing each other, having to cohabitate, and it happens regularly.
They do it all the time. Yeah,
happens at college. You get a dorm roommate, and you don't know who they are. I had when I first started getting into radio, I entered into this internship program that was kind of a move away and live there type of thing. And the guy who owned the radio station owned an apartment complex, so he would put you together with the other intern that was being a part of this program.
Right.
And so I lived with this other dude for a couple of months, and after, it was fine. The first
Yeah.
few weeks are always fine, right?
Yeah.
And then after a while, he started getting a little weird. Nothing. I don't have any really good stories for you, but I just know that after a while, I was like, yeah, this is why you don't just join up with people and start living together, because after a while, you're going to find out something about them. If you know somebody for a series of months, at least you got a pretty good idea at who they are and what their quirks are, and it's not so unexpected if they are acting strange.
You're exactly right. That's why it always caught me as incredibly bizarre when you'd see, like it used to be years ago, classified ads looking for a roommate. I'm like, really?
Right.
Yeah. Really?
I have a quick question real quick, Marissa. So you said Eakins Oval.
Yes.
And I had heard years ago, I say Aikens.
That's what I say.
Because I had heard that was the actual pronunciation of it. Now, before that, I always called it Eakins Oval.
Well, you're
Does
wrong.
Okay.
No, actually, I
Does
don't
anybody
know.
care?
I don't.
I don't think so. I
Maud
don't,
Eakins cares.
I think that there's more, people get more pissy about like Passyunk.
Or Passyunk.
Passyunk. And,
Wood crustacean?
No, in Delco.
Swarthmore.
And Newark and Newark.
Well, there's a delineation there that's legit.
That one I've learned.
Yeah.
That one I know specifically. Newark, Delaware, and Newark, New Jersey.
I learned recently, like I call Lancaster Avenue that like runs through the main line.
Yeah.
But it's Lancaster.
Yeah.
the town.
You say one that actually splits people in New York. Albany or Albany.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I say Albany.
Yeah, they're two schools.
Some say Albany.
Yeah.
What about the state where Las Vegas is?
So I used to call it Nevada.
I call it
But then
Kansas.
I found out that the locals refer to it as Nevada.
And I have a hard time doing that, even though I know
It doesn't
that's-
sound right.
No.
Yeah.
And Steve, you got to work on your geography, man.
Pierre taught me the Nevada one.
Okay.
And then recently I've also learned Colorado.
Colorado,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah,
Colorado.
So I don't know if I told you guys that this the radio station in Denver I listened to is 93.3. Literally, when Matt drove out there, his radio was still tuned to 93.3.
Porston and Stave.
And it's a rock station out there. And I would listen to it, and they're like, Colorado's rock alternative. And I was like, oh.
You try to be deferential, especially when you're coming into an area. It's when you hear streamed, no, pre-recorded, voice tracked from out of state, and they're getting all the pronunciations wrong. You gotta at least put a little effort in, because locals will go badass crazy.
now I'm curious if it's Eakins or Akins.
Yeah,
I say Eakins.
You say Eakins. It's spelled Eakins, but I'd heard it was pronounced Akins.
So is it Emerson Baggins or Emerson Biggins?
Biggins. It's definitely Biggins. But my buddy went down to Louisiana one time, and he came back talking about having a great time in Nolens. And I was like, don't do that. He's like, well, that's what they say. I was like, no, don't do it. Like,
My friend went down to Georgia one time, and he was looking for some souls to steal.
I say a hybrid of that. I say New Orleans.
New Orleans.
I don't say Nolens. I'll say Nolens. I don't say New Orleans.
Yeah.
The only time you say New Orleans is when you need it to rhyme in a song.
Right.
The one thing I don't understand is how and why we, as Americans or the English
or Dutch,
no. But like, if you live in Spain and you call your country España, where do we get off calling it Spain? It like.
I'm going to light some torches.
Well, I'm with you, man, on that one. But
no, you should show deference to what the way it's pronounced.
Yeah,
but I mean,
I know.
also we change things for ease of use and pronunciation. Well, we're wealthy business people. We don't have time to say things right.
You know what the German word for France is? Frankenreich.
Really?
Yeah, I always thought that was a cool one. Germans are weird, man. They come up with their own words for everything.
They added two unnecessary syllables.
Frankenreich.
I'm fascinated by the thing also where they'll take something and actually make its quote unquote shortened version longer.
Yeah.
Like, why are you doing that?
Yeah.
I know.
Identification.
Norm MacDonald.
All right. Well, I was just curious. So thank you we didn't get an answer. So it doesn't matter.
We got one over here.
All right. Nick pulled up how do you pronounce Eakins.
We need audio, so maybe Marissa can grab it. There's a how to pronounce on that name, Marissa.
On that website?
Yeah, so we could grab the audio and get some clarification.
Real quick, I would like to do. Well, there it is.
Yeah.
I would like to thank two people that sent me something in the mail. Got it yesterday. It's Kevin and Amy. And they said, Preston, at some point you mentioned you had a thing for candy, and we saved this for years, and now Hope that you can get it, give it a good home. And what they mean by candy is the centerfold of the Playboy 25th anniversary issue. Her name was Candy Loving. And I guess a while back I mentioned about, how I had a thing for her. I had this issue. And they sent it to me. And this is it right here. I'm holding it up to our
and
our
I
camera
recognized
right here.
it immediately
Yeah.
because I, in college, I was of that age, and the Playboy magazine was sold in the bookstore. And this, by the way, that when stuff would happen with Playboy, it would transcend. It would be in the mainstream. It'd be like Sports Illustrated, and the push for this particular issue got coverage all over the place.
So you'll love this. So I get it in the mail. I open it up. I read the letter, and I'm like, Candy. I'm like, that must have been the centerfold. So I open it up right here. And for those of you who don't know, Marissa sits right over there to my right. And I pull up the centerfold, and I open it up, and Candy's got giant breasts. All right. And this is full-on frontal nudity. And I'm like, wow. And I turn my head, and Marissa is glaring at me. And I'm like, oh my. I'm like,
We've got Bush.
Yes.
We've got Bush.
I'm like, I am sorry. I did not know you were right there.
I love the diametrically opposed thing, though. For you, it's like a piece of nostalgia, like the smell of a pie in the kitchen, and you're holding this up, and Marissa's like, "What in the F?"
And just so you know, like Preston had been flipping through this ever since he got it, and he is going through, and he's not just oohing and ahhing over the ladies in there. He's like, oh my God, look at this car. Like, look at the ad in this thing.
Oh, the ads are great. It's from
costs.
1979. Here's the Dodge Challenger from Japan, and I'll hold this up to. Look what they did to the Challenger in 1979. It's a travesty.
They effed it up.
And then, Steve, on the back page is, do you remember Le Car?
Absolutely. Le Crap.
Oh, my God. These ads are fantastic. And by the way, the 25th anniversary issue of Playboy, a very, very big deal, mind you, and huge. It's just a very large volume. $3.
$3.
Right there on the front. It says $3. And by the way, this is easily 90% articles and ads. There's very little in the way of nudity in this particular issue, which became a problem with Playboy, I think.
Yeah, well, when people used to scoff at the notion that you would read it for the articles, and yes, obviously there was other inducement to read it, but you had authors like Richard Matheson, Ray Bradbury.
Oh, yeah.
The story for Duel, which became Steven Spielberg's first movie, first appeared. Ray Bradbury wrote a number of articles, stories that appeared.
There's one
in
from
Playboy.
Arthur C. Clarke in
Arthur
there.
C. Clarke.
So there's, you had legit
I mean, you get real
novelists that would write, short stories and things like that. Stephen King did.
By the way, for the longest time, if you were talking state of the art as far as interviews go, the Playboy interviews are still looked back, like the interview with John Lennon, and some of the other ones are classics.
Hang on a second, Preston. You were 11 years old when that came out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So this probably lingered around. I think maybe my uncle had it.
Okay.
And so,
It was what you said it was on a display in your China cabinet.
Somehow or another, I got it. And you would hang on to these for years.
I cherish those things.
We had a magical dumpster back in the day. It was at this shopping center on Baltimore Pike in Media. I wish I could remember the name of the
dumpster.
The store that the dumpster was behind. It's where Jim's Steaks is now. But it was... Like, I swear to God, there was you would open the dumpster, and there was tons of nudie magazines in there.
Oh, and would it refresh her?
Thank you, God.
Yeah. Alakazam.
Yeah. No, so I've been really, thank you, Kevin and Amy, because I've been flipping through and just looking at all these. Like, here's a cool car, actually, the new Datsun 280 ZX.
Which was a very cool car. Let me ask
cool
you,
car.
you had an ad in there that was for the Atari game system.
Oh, my God.
Can you find that one quickly?
Man,
There's a
Steve,
DeLorean.
Is there a DeLorean? Sure enough, yeah. Yeah, announcing it's more for it's the Craig receiver, the radio. Steve, it's going to be difficult to find it, but it basically said, we are the Atari game system where you can now play games on your TV at home. And it said Pong was just the beginning.
Yeah.
And then it goes on, and it was the original Atari. Yeah, here it is. The Atari video game computer system. We're the games that you play on your own TV set. We're the Atari video computer system. Remember Pong? Well, that was just the beginning. Atari is now a sophisticated, computerized, programmable unit that hooks up to your television in a matter of seconds. Atari features a greater selection, 20 different game program cartridges, and many more to come. We're sport games, mind games. We educate, we entertain, and we can be played by one player against a computer, 2 players, 3 or 4.
I love that system. And in the ad, Preston, they have the various controllers. Which of those controllers did you like the most and which did you hate the most? There was the one that was the throttle, basically. There was a keypad, and then there was one that had kind of a dial on it.
Well, those are called the paddles.
Yeah.
And then you had the joystick, and the only one they show here is the joystick.
Okay.
So I thought the paddle, when it warranted, was a fun thing to play with. So, it's pretty cool, man. So thank you, Kevin and Amy, for this little stroll down memory lane.
Can I see it real quick?
Yeah, sure. Here you
I
go.
just wanted to see if this
For the articles?
No. If there was a false cover to it. Oh, no. Because the one thing I loved about Playboy was trying to find the hidden bunny on the cover.
That one's obvious.
Yeah, this is
this is a
bunny.
very large bunny. But I thought so too, Casey.
Yeah.
Sometimes it was really, really difficult. They would hide it very well. And the cover of every magazine was a bunny somewhere, and you had to find it. Quickly, before we do the bizarre file, I had a couple of quick emails. One's a butt plug. It says, hey, guys, can you give a plug for Team Foster's Last Person Standing events coming up on December 6th in Conshohocken. And it says, what is Last Person Standing? Well, starting at 7 a.m. December 6th, participants will compete one quote-unquote yard, which is 4.167 miles, in less than an hour. They can go as fast as they like, but they must be ready to complete another yard again at 8 a.m. And this continues every hour on the hour until there is just one person remaining. Wow. That's an endurance test.
That is.
The event is sold out for participants, but we're looking for volunteers and staff at the start-finish point, the turnaround, and rove the course. All the funds raised will benefit Team Foster, which supports the mission to support injured and disabled veterans through accredited life-saving service dogs. And you can go to teamfoster.org. So that is from Nick Learman, who emailed in about that. So there's a plug for that.
Nick's a great guy. He's the one that brought in Scout, the dog that ended up in the dugout with the Phillies. And he does a lot of work for military vets, and he's a veteran himself. So all that information is up on the events page and community page at PrestonandSteve.com.
Thank you very much. And by the way, going forward, if you have something like that to share, I believe Marissa is going to be handling that.
Send it to me.
Nick's email will no longer exist after the show is over today. So just a heads up on that.
You'll just get a bounce back that says, who dat?
Who dat? All right, here's how you, by the way, Marissa pulled the audio, how you pronounce Eakins or Aikens Oval. This is according to, what website was it?
Howtopronounce.com.
Do you want a drum roll?
Okay, drum roll.
Well, okay.
And now
excited.
We give you the pronunciation. All right, here we go.
Aikens.
Aikens. Long A.
Aikens.
Okay.
Aikens.
So. Ta-da!
You want to be a farmer? Here's a couple of acres.
Yeah. All right, one last thing. An email I got says, hey, Preston and Steve, we're going to do a shout out for these guys. Says, you guys rock. My name is Dan Massey. I'm a teacher at Strathaven Middle School in Delco. I've written to you in the past to share some of the amazing things that our students have done, and we just wrapped up our fall food drive benefiting the Delco Food Bank, and our school collected over 3,000 individual items in less than a week.
Nice.
Needless to say, I'm a huge fan of your show and also a longtime donor and volunteer at Camp Out for Hunger. I told my homeroom students all about the Camp Out and the work you guys do each year to fight hunger. My class came up with 426 items. And see you at Camp Out for Hunger 2026. Peace and love for Pierre. So here's a shout out to the gang at Strathaven Middle School in Delco. We appreciate it.
By the way, just to echo something we said a couple of times already, the turnout of individual donations, actual physical donations, was up dramatically and led to the staggering success of this particular camp out. So thank you.
Absolutely. All right, B-File time.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Primo Hoagies. Whatever you're celebrating this season, make it easy and delicious with Primo Hoagies. And you can order a catering tray for your holiday get-together at PrimoHoagies.com. It's not just a hoagie, it's a Primo. Officials with the Nevada Department of Wildlife are searching for a black bear that attacked an 87-year-old couple in State Line. The husband and wife suffered minor scratches after the bear broke into their home to look for food. A male homeowner entered the garage at approximately 4:30 a.m. and unexpectedly had encountered a bear that had been searching for food. As he backed away, the bear scratched his hand. And followed him into the house. And at one point, before leaving the home, the bear also scratched the 87-year-old female homeowner.
Those claws are, lethal.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the bear eventually...
Big fuzzy bear, and I'm gonna put my foot up your bear with a furry little tail.
The bear eventually left the home, and the couple was treated at a local hospital. Officials are going to decide...
Where are you going? I was gonna make some espresso.
...what to do with the bear after it is caught. So they set up a trap, and I'm not sure what they're going to do with it.
There's that footage of the guy who was kind of walking a bear through a park area, and the bear just casually flops its paw across the guy's abdomen, and he has deep cuts from those claws.
They can do it. In Mississippi, a stolen trail cell camera was inadvertently left on by the thief and documented his activities, including drug interactions, leading to numerous arrests. Like, it was on for a couple of days.
Those things are meant to be that way, yeah.
On Friday morning, a Vicksburg local who had requested to remain anonymous received an unusual signal from his trail camera. The camera had been placed on a hunting ground, and the Spy Point Flex M trail camera not only captures photos and videos of wildlife as it happens, but it also gives an exact location.
So this is the wrong thing to steal.
The camera said that it was at Walmart in Vicksburg. So the camera owner called the Vicksburg police. Officer Hunter Anderson responded, and over the next couple of hours, Anderson tracked the phone and recorded the video information that it transmitted. The phone eventually ended up in Jackson, Mississippi, and captured footage of what appeared to be illegal activity. Sunday night, the police, armed with a lot of video evidence of illegal activity, raided the location where the camera was located, and they arrested the individuals involved.
Also caught a full performance of the thief singing the Olivia Newton-John song, Physical.
Oh, well, he thought he was alone.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, listen to this, man. You hear about scams at work, but this is a biggie. A Ford employee is facing allegations that he quietly siphoned off millions of dollars in parts from company plants, exposing how a single insider can exploit the complexity of a modern auto supply chain.
That's very true.
The case has raised uncomfortable questions about how one of the world's largest automakers tracks high-value components and how a long-suspected theft scheme can run before anybody notices. So the employee was using his access to divert large volumes of parts out of the company's plants and into a shadow resale channel, ultimately costing the automaker several $1 million in losses. The suspect allegedly leveraged his knowledge of internal ordering and shipping systems to generate or approve transactions that looked routine on paper, but routed the components to locations that he controlled or to intermediaries who had then moved the parts into the secondary market. The pattern only emerged after internal audits flagged discrepancies between what the plants believed they had on hand and what the central system showed as shipped, prompting a deeper review of historical records and surveillance tied to the employee's work area. The scheme focused on high-value components that are easy to move and easy to resell, such as electronic control modules, catalytic converters, and stuff like that. And they were for popular models like the F-150 and the Explorer, which command strong prices in what they call the gray market channels.
So they're very smart, but eventually someone notices the anomaly.
Well, yeah. So once Ford's internal security team flagged the inventory gaps, the focus shifted to following the money, and that is where the scale of the alleged theft became clearer. Employees' personal accounts were checked, and they had received deposits that were wildly out of step for his salary, including a series of transfers tied to companies that specialize in used and refurbished auto parts. They put all the dots together, and they found that it was like over $3 million at the time that this person had scammed just from having stuff shipped to a different location.
He was running,
and then they resell them.
His own business.
Crazy. Yeah, that was a big time scam.
The balls of people to do stuff like that.
Yep. And then you have this on the other side of that coin. You heard the phrase, finders, keepers, losers, weepers. Well, at a Pennsylvania Walmart, that's apparently not the law of the land. On TikTok, Brianna, a woman who has an account, tells a story of how she found $20 in the store and ended up being charged by police for disorderly conduct. What? So Brenna said she went to Walmart with her sister to pick up some crafting supplies. At the self-checkout, she noticed there was $20 that had been left behind in the change slot. Thinking that it was her lucky day, she took the cash, paid for her items, and left the store. Around a week later, her dad called and told her that the cops were looking for her. An officer then called her and started questioning her about her whereabouts on that day and if she was at Walmart and if she remembered the $20. The cop then told her that she could be charged with a crime if you pick it up without making a reasonable attempt to find its owner.
All right, so how long you been turning tricks?
The next day, the officer called her and said that he'd be charging her with a summary offense of disorderly conduct instead of a misdemeanor and made it sound like he was doing her a favor. Brenna's plan was just to get it over with and plead guilty, but her family convinced her not to, as it was not in her best interest to have something like this on her record, and they got her a lawyer. It ended up costing $500.
Jesus.
Though the officer wasn't going to budge, the charge was ultimately dropped once the lawyer entered into the courtroom.
What raised suspicion is that she was shopping at Walmart with $20.
Yeah. But the thing is she found the $20 there. You should just quickly go, hey, is this anybody's? You know what
Anyone
I mean?
have drugs?
Yeah, anybody got drugs? So, all right. And then we'll do one more story, and then we will wrap it up. What do we want to end with? Let's go with this one, because he's got a funny name.
That's good enough for me.
A former police officer has pleaded guilty to using police databases to pursue intimate and personal relationships with women.
Through the police database.
Robert Eric Seamanchuk.
Oh, man. There you go.
Boy.
Entered the play
and I do.
on Friday. He did not speak during the brief appearance and did not answer questions shouted to him at reporters. Why is your name Seamanchuk?
Well, step back.
Seamanchuk had worked for
call that one the screwball.
Regina Police Services for 22 years. Allegations were first brought to the service's attention in early 2023, but it took until March this year to announce that Seamanchuk was being charged. Missed that one.
Nope.
It's not clear how many people Seamanchuk may have contacted. Some of the women were in court on Friday to hear Seamanchuk. It is written this many times in the story, by the way. Entered his guilty plea. In the wake of finding out about Seamanchuk's conduct, the service said that it instituted new policies to ensure that it doesn't happen again.
Does that replace the Munchkin toss at the Red Cross broadcast?
Oh, maybe.
Seamanchuk?
Seamanchuk. Yeah. And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we're going to take another break. We'll come back in a second. We'll do the lesson question, trash, music news on the way. Stay with us.
No, I'll live alone. Yeah. I'll work harder. I'll work around the clock to pay my rent, but there's no way I'm just out of the blue gonna live with someone.
See, in Canada, a lot of times people will turn their basements into apartments that they will rent out to people. And I know this from HGTV shows. There is no way I could possibly ever rent out my apartment living above.
My
I had
parents
two
have done
basement
it.
apartments.
Yeah, my parents have done it. My dad has always put something either in the basement or off of the side of the house, and they've always had a rental.
No kidding.
On their house, yeah.
Ever have any
crazy
thing? Yeah.
No, not real. No, I don't think so. I mean, they, my mom was always trying to help people, so it was always like, you knew the person through, 3 lines down. It was like a friend of a friend of a friend or whatever.
Okay.
So they didn't really I don't think they ever put it out there to say room for rent and just random people came in. It was sort of word of mouth.
Word of mouth, but a lot of times is the case. I told you guys some of this story. In fact, one of those basement apartments was in Brentwood, Long Island, and then the people who lived upstairs rented the top part of the house to this jackass. And so this guy was on the run from all sorts of bill collectors.
Oh, wow.
So I was constantly dealing with people who would come around to the door in the basement, the other apartment, looking for him, all the time. And I'm like, come on. And then eventually he was supposed to be the one who was making sure the bills, good call on the landlord, paying for the water and all that stuff. That all got shut off. So eventually I told you one night I switched all the locks in the house so that they faced my direction. And I'm like, no, this is not going to happen. I had to put my foot down. And then after a while, you're like, why am I fighting for this turf? There are other apartments. Let me get out of here.
Right.
Why is this my battle?
Yeah. Let me go to some calls. I have Laura standing by. Hey, Laura, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Laura?
Hi. So my neighbor and I were just talking about this because we were just talking about the show. When I was 19, I made a very bad decision to go on Craigslist and try to rent a room from a stranger.
Yeah.
I went to Temple, and I didn't like my dorm situation. So, very long story short, I met somebody who I was renting his basement from him. He was a little older. He seemed like he had everything together. We signed like an unofficial agreement, I guess, for me to live in his basement. And just like you were describing, like things were just a little off. Like things were weird. The basement apartment also was not a real apartment. It was just a finished basement. So we shared laundry, we shared bathroom, we shared kitchen.
Yeah, no.
So,
Laura, that sucks.
So things were getting weird, really weird. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I felt very uncomfortable. So he said he had a work trip coming up. So I was like, this is my time to like move out. I don't know if he didn't go on a work trip or whatever, but he showed up and saw that I was boxing things up and literally locked all of my stuff in the basement, and I could not get into the house anymore. He like locked me out of the house. And this is on 18th and Federal in North Philadelphia.
Oh, God.
Okay, so you show up and it's locked. What do you do?
I called my dad.
Okay. Yeah.
And I said, you need to come help me.
Bring your gun.
Yeah.
So he came down. It was in the middle of the night, which adds another creepy layer to it. I was working at a coffee shop and, closing down the store, so I was coming home late. And, so I called my dad, and my dad basically was pounding on the door and threatening to call the cops and said, you need to let my daughter get all of her stuff out. And he kept demanding money. It was,
well, let me ask you.
So bizarre.
Let me ask you something. So, had you informed him you were leaving, or were you beating a hasty retreat without his knowledge?
So I had my boyfriend at the time was staying with me too. And I was like, we got to pack up and get out while he's like on this business trip. Because it was just too creepy.
Right.
So,
and when
he
you say
came home and
when you say creepy, was he being like sexually creepy? Was he being just psycho creepy? What level of creepiness?
I literally can't even put my finger on it, and I honestly don't even remember his name. It was like I blacked this whole experience
Okay,
out.
all right, yeah, I get it.
No, absolutely.
But maybe little things said, little glances, stuff like that.
Yeah, I would find things in the shared bathroom.
I could not do that.
Like I probably can't say, but like it was just gross and weird and uncomfortable.
No.
Dear God,
sharing a bathroom with a stranger, sharing a kitchen with a stranger, no effing way. I mean, I understand it might have been something you had to because of the situation, but you'd have to hold a gun on me to do that.
Oh, well, now I'm a mom and I'm an adult, and I'm like, my kids can never, ever, ever do what I did.
Yeah.
And it was so, I felt like it was out of desperation almost because I couldn't afford rent by myself. So I really wanted to be on my own, living in Philadelphia. Like I just wanted that life. And, never.
No, I think a lot of people are in that same boat.
Thanks,
think,
Laura.
It's a common thing, yeah.
I think most of these stories are going to start with, so I went on Craigslist.
Yes.
Right? And by the way, which I shudder to think about. Never once did I ever use Craigslist, but I have heard nothing but horror stories.
Yeah, right? It's never good.
Especially when it comes to meeting up with people or...
Unless you say you're putting an armoire on the curb, come pick it up.
I had friends that there was 3 roommates together, and one had gotten another job somewhere else. They had just signed the lease for the next year. This person found a job and they had to move out, and they put their room up on the city paper. The personals there, but without the other 2 roommates' knowledge, and there was a huge fight about that.
Sure.
Gigantic fight. And it's like, listen, man, I'm sorry but we just signed a lease, right? You don't get to try and figure this out like on your own. Like, we should have a say on who is going to move into our house. And luckily it didn't end up turning into anything. Right. But it ended in the friendships are over, but
yeah.
I had a friend whose roommate in college would leave kiss marks on her bra.
Oh my God.
She would take her bra out of the laundry basket and put a red or pink kiss mark, like lip mark on it. And we could not figure out why.
Was it a little love letter of sorts?
No,
or?
the girl was nuts, and she was nuts all through college. We didn't really stay friends with her, but she I knew people that lived with her later. Senior year, junior and senior year, and she didn't do that, but she would always do bizarre things.
That would be chilling.
So
just
weird.
find kiss marks on your underwear.
I just have to kiss it. I just have to
made out
kiss
with
it.
your bra last night.
Yeah. Okay, this I got to hear. We're going to go to Joe. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up,
Did
Joe?
not start on Craigslist.
Okay, it did not start on Craigslist. All right, go ahead.
So this was really early days of the internet, like 1995 or 6, something like that. I was about 8 years old. My sister, who was much older than me, met a random guy through a chat room, and he lived several states away. And one summer, while we were out of school, he showed up at our house.
Oh, my
Just
God. You're
totally
8
unannounced.
years old?
I was 8.
How old is your sister at that time?
She was just graduated high school.
All right, so 18.
Okay, so dude shows up at your house?
Yeah, so he shows up at our house with another girl.
Okay.
And it was really random, and we didn't, I was 8, so I'm sure I didn't get the whole story, but I didn't really figure out why at first. But the intention was my sister wanted to date this guy, which was probably obvious, and then he ended up living with us for the entire summer, him and the other girl.
No.
Wait, what?
And
Where were your parents in all this?
Seriously.
He moved in? He and his girlfriend moved in?
He lived in our basement on the couch.
Okay,
we had
hold
a
on.
pull-out couch that they just lived on.
Joe, hang on. Several questions. Okay.
Yeah.
He was a full-grown adult?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he was probably early 20s.
Your parents? What happened there?
I have no idea.
Why would they let this guy, this complete stranger, come in and live at your house?
This is my boyfriend and my boyfriend's girlfriend.
Right.
My parents are way too nice most of the time.
That's almost
naive.
negligent.
Yeah, naive. So
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to glance over that.
yeah, we'll glance over the parent thing.
They're
I
living
can
there.
explain it.
What happens?
So at the end of the summer, they just randomly disappeared, and they left a whole bunch of stuff at our house.
Okay.
And when they left, the girl that had left her ID at our house.
Yeah.
And when we found the ID, we noticed that she was using a false name the entire time she was living with us.
The old false name. Yeah.
Yeah. So when we looked her up online, we found out where she was from and all that kind of stuff. And it turned out that this guy had kidnapped that girl.
Oh my God.
So you had a kidnapper living in your house with the kidnappee. Did they get along? Was it a case where he had squirreled her away from her parents, or did you get the impression that she was there under duress?
It seemed like a little bit of duress and a little bit of him pulling her away from her parents, because she also was probably about 18 or 19.
That is effed up. By the way, I gave you permission today, and they may be perfectly wonderful people, but go slap your parents for us if you wouldn't mind.
That makes no sense at all.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'd love to hear from your parents.
Yeah, it's great. They're playing their records in the basement.
Joe, did you and your sister ever
talk about it?
Reminisce about this little interesting time in your lives?
Funnily enough, I rarely talk to her because of other boy decisions that she had in her life.
Okay, so it started early.
You got out just in time, Joe, or you'd be dating one of these guys.
All right. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
Yeah.
That's so weird.
I had
a lot of layers there.
Well, if you think you're this girl and you're going to get this guy, hey, I like this guy, I want to date him. Yeah, is it okay if I bring a girl? What? And you still follow through with it?
We're
It's
talking
okay.
about
It's okay. She was kidnapped.
Netflix's worst roommate ever, and there was a story of this crazy serial squatter that ended up and driving people nuts that he moved in with. So that's where we got started here. Taking some calls. I'm going to go to Lou next. Hey, Lou, good morning. Hey! It is Lou. Hey, Lou, what's up, bud?
Hey, what's up, Brett? What's up, Casey boy?
How are you, Lou?
Marissa.
Hey, now, of course, you're going to have a story about all this.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
All right. Now, listen to this. I was living out in California, and a guy that I knew growing up that I lost contact with got my phone number from another friend and said he wanted to move to California. So I said, yeah, sure, come on. I didn't know him that well, but I'm like...
Bowie, 93.3 WMMR changes, of course. We're going through some changes here, hence the song. Nick picked that one out. It's, if you're just tuning in, it is Nick McElwain's last day with the Preston and Steve show. Made the announcement earlier this morning. If you would like to see the full thing, you can go to our YouTube account or wait for the podcast a little bit later on this morning. But Nick's decision, he's still sitting here with us, and we'll ride out the show and moving on to parts unknown.
I got to see the Back to the Future guys in the lobby because I had to take something out of my car, and so they were leaving as I was coming back in, and I was like, guys, I'm so sorry you had to follow that. They were such a nice guys. David and, I'm sorry, what was the kid's name? David and Lucas. Yeah. Really nice guys. Yeah.
All right, well, we do have more things to do before the program is over, and we will give away our Word of the Week prize in a little bit, but lesson question time, giving away something completely different. We have a pair of tickets to see Motley Crue. The Crue's going to be performing at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion on July 27th. That's along with Tesla and Extreme. It's part of the return of the Carnival of Sins tour. And the question we'll ask this morning is, a woman named Dorcas Riley is credited for inventing green bean casserole. She named her daughter Dorcas too. And what did she name her son? 610-660-9333. If you heard that around 7:25 this morning, you are qualified to call in and win. I'll read it one more time. A woman named Dorcas Riley is credited with inventing green bean casserole. She named her daughter Dorcas as well. And what did she name her son? 610-660-9333. Let's see if you know the answer. Call now.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Worldwide Stereo. Want to see a grown man cry? Toss your old TV and surprise your football lover with a real home theater this holiday from Worldwide Stereo. Montgomeryville, Wayne, and worldwidestereo.com, making holidays more fun since 1979. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Preston radio personality Bobby Bones admitting that years ago he returned his Dancing with the Stars mirror ball after Tom Bergeron questioned his victory. Bones said he wanted to make a powerful statement that no one would know about until he casually brought it up as an afterthought.
Hey!
Jelly Roll revealing that after he shaved off his iconic beard, his daughter Bailey Ann cried. Bailey explained she cried because Jelly Roll now resembles her real father, Jelly Roll's guitar tech.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Breaking Bad star Aaron Paul officially ditching Hollywood after the wildfires and moving to Paris. Paul says he knows people are going to say there are an average of 500 fire-related deaths in Paris every year, but he wishes those people would shut up.
All right, we're looking for somebody to answer this question correctly, and we want to know, is a woman named Dorcas Riley is credited with inventing green bean casserole. She's from New Jersey, too. And she named her daughter Dorcas. What did she name her son? 610-660-9333 is the number, and we are going to go to Rob and see if we can get an answer from him. Hi, Rob. Good morning, man.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning to see you, Rob. All right. What is Dorcas's brother's name?
Butt smear.
Butt smear. That is correct. Last name Fungus.
Yeah.
Butt smear Fungus. And you got it right, buddy. Hang on. We're going to give you a pair of tickets to see Motley Crue. It is the return of the Carnival of Sins tour with Tesla and Extreme on Monday, July 27th, Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, and tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, a couple things passed along in the realm of music news. Sir Brian May revealed plans for Queen's show at the Sphere in Las Vegas. Sony is going to fund the production. They're the company that owns Queen's music catalog.
Oh, they could go nuts with the Sphere.
Brian said, I am very keen. It takes a while because there's lots of dots to dot and I's to do whatever with. And again, we will be working very closely with Sony because they are the people who will come up with the money, and they are the people who make money from it now that they own the Queen catalog, he said. He also said that passion drives his project, not money. He said, we do it for the love now. And I think that we always did. What's more apparent now is that you do it because you love it.
I was reading about the Sphere, and of course, obviously, you know, they're having some shows and things that are batting it out of the park, and everyone wants to get to it. What I did not realize is that the exorbitant operating costs of the Sphere, the maintaining of the screen, the replacements of all, the amount of maintenance is so expensive that they're not expecting to turn a profit for years.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
And aren't they talking about opening up other ones or other versions
yes,
of it?
Which I wonder. I mean, so this is the first practical one, and they're getting their experiences in. But to keep those screens running, to create that illusion of this all-enveloping thing, one thing goes wrong, to get up there, just you know, it's daunting and expensive.
The guitarist wants the show to reach other cities after Las Vegas. He said, I think there will be other Spheres, and there are other people trying to do similar things. But at the moment, the Sphere is the only immersive experience of that kind in the world. He also described what he wants to create. He said, so I'm anxious to develop some ideas, which I have in my head, to make an immortal Queen show. And I think it's nothing less than that. I think that's what we need to leave the world with. It will be epic.
I think, inspired by our own Chuck D'Amico and one of their songs, they can make it all about I love my car.
I'm in love with my car.
Yeah, and so Chuck's was for Stacko Topics.
Stacko Topics, yeah.
I love my car. And then if we could marry that with the Queen song and make that a whole experience, I'm there.
So the group ABBA created a virtual show using motion capture technology. Kiss did the same thing. Queen's production will follow this method, giving fans a way to see the band perform long after the members can't tour anymore.
When you guys do that topic and I'm not here, text me.
I will.
Okay, thank you.
We will. Sublime has announced their own touring music festival. It's called Sublime Me Gusta, which will kick off May 9th in Fort Worth, Texas. I went on the website, I only saw 2 dates on there so far. It takes its name from a line in their song, Caress Me Down, and it will celebrate the band's mix of reggae, punk, and hip-hop influences. Slightly Stupid will join Sublime at the first festival, with more acts to be announced. Tickets start at $89.99. There's a $15.99 craft beer tasting add-on for fans over 21. The festival is co-produced with Brew Ha Ha Productions, and will feature live music, vendors, art, foods, and drinks. Sublime frontman Jacob Knowles said that it's always been their dream to put on a festival celebrating West Coast alternative culture. And the festival comes as Sublime celebrates the 30th anniversary of their self-titled album with 2 Red Rocks shows in April. A second festival date is set for June 27th in Oregon.
So this is sort of the heir apparent to the Catalina wine mixer, correct?
Yeah, but it's going to be in Oregon.
Yeah.
Back home to Oregon.
That's right. And then finally, Kiss released a 50th anniversary deluxe edition of Alive on Thursday through You Me. So this was last week, I guess. So here's another Kiss thing you can buy. The package contains 120 tracks, including 88 never-before-released recordings across different formats. Bernie Grumman remastered the original record from the 1975 stereo analog master tapes, and his work marks the first time that Alive has appeared on a single CD. Eddie Kramer finished new mixes of 2 complete concerts from the 1975 Dressed to Kill tour. Fans can hear the full July 22nd.
If that's not enough, a collection of meat and cheeses from Hickory Farm.
I love those things.
Yeah.
July 20th, second show from the RKO Orpheum Theater in Davenport, Iowa. We'll also get the July 23rd performance at Wildwood Convention Hall in Wildwood, New Jersey. Kramer worked from the original multi-track analog tapes with no overdubs added to the performances. The Super Deluxe box set will not only include the Hickory Farm set, but also 5 rehearsal tracks from Davenport and 6 songs from Cleveland Music Hall.
You know they would do it.
Oh, yeah. Both vinyl and CD box sets come with a 100-page hardcover book. The collection includes a reprint of the 1975 press kit featuring photos, tour program, T-shirt iron-on, backstage passes, ticket stubs, posters, an album cover, also 4 double-sided coasters,
a duvet,
4 guitar picks, a bumper sticker, and naked lady tees, and a bowl of soup with the hat. and alive.
This duvet really knows how to rock.
The die-cut, double-sided mobile fill-out will fill out the package. So there's like there's another full paragraph of stuff. I'm done.
Master marketers.
Yeah, if you're a fan, go get it. All right, and that's the end of music news.
Yay!
All right, we have one more break to take, and when we come back, we are going to be wrapping up the program. Letter of the day.
Amber.
Well, it skipped. You had the little filler thing in there. So anyhow,
I didn't notice.
It's okay, Gene. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Letter of the day, word of the week prize. Stay put.
Back home, it'd be nice to have a familiar face. So he moves into my house. He's been there a couple days. I get up one morning, and my living room is full of computers.
This guy must be very studious.
Yes.
So what happened?
And the company that he robbed from they were friends of mine. And that's how he knew how he could get into the place, because it was an old car dealership that I used to work for.
So Lou, he came out with the intent of using your connection to rob the business that you worked for?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Wow.
I got up. I was pissed. I called them up. I went over there, and I said, listen, I told them the whole story. They came back with a truck. We got all the stuff. I told him he better get out of the house while my buddy and his buddy come in and bring all the stuff back. And then I made him leave.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, he met up with a girl and moved in with her. And then eventually he came back. And him and I got in a fight. And we had this big fish tank. And he kicked the fish tank, smashed it, and everything went all over the floor. We wound up rolling around
in the fish?
In the glass and fish.
Glass and fish. Yes, sir. And it was a saltwater tank.
Oh man. Lou, that's a hell of a story. So you were giving the guy finally left. I assume. I'm going to guess you won that fight, and he had to leave, right?
Right. Oh yeah. He left. He since passed away too.
He's dead.
I love how you go to bed and wake up, and your living room is full of computer equipment.
Full of computers, and he's sitting there saying, "Hey, where can we sell these?"
Oh my God.
Oh, the balls on this guy, Lou. Did he know your past connections? You know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. He knew my past.
But he thought, hey, maybe Lou would be down this. But he was stealing from your friend, which is
I think
stupid.
A gentleman says, "Do you mind if I steal from your friends?"
At least open it that way, right?
And then we can fence it together.
Oh my God.
Right. Oh yeah. We can go spend the money while my buddy has all his information from all the cars he sold and everything, and all out there for someone else. I felt bad. It just broke my heart.
Sure.
Wow.
That's hilarious.
Lou, you never let us down. Great to talk to you, man.
All right, yeah, you too. You guys have a great day.
All right. Who's Lou? Dude.
I love that.
That's great.
But that goes to the point. Now, obviously, there was a type of character he was dealing with. But you don't know. Marriages fall apart after people have been living together for a while. Finally, you go to that neck. We had a whole topic about what you found out about something you've been living with somebody you've been living with for years. Yeah. You think it's going to be better if you just met them on Craigslist, or hey, come live with me?
Let me go to we have Gary has an interesting story to tell. Gary, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you guys today?
Good. What's up, bud?
So this is a really crazy story. So I went ahead and I started renting a room on the Jersey Shore for $400 a month, which is like unheard of.
Right.
And I was super happy about it. The person who I found out was renting it was a friend of a friend, so I didn't think anything of it. And while I stayed there, it really wasn't a big deal. It was like a shared kitchen, shared living room, and I had my own bedroom upstairs, and she lived in the basement. Okay. So the first month, it wasn't like a big deal at all. And she's like this 55, 60-year-old woman who, after talking to her for a while, come to find out she is an alcoholic. She like drinks regularly every day.
Okay.
And she's anorexic, so she like, she's got a whole slew of problems.
Right.
So after the first month, I was sitting in the living room and just watching TV, and she sits next to me, and she's in that drunken stupor, and she like gets close to me and starts touching me inappropriately. And this is meanwhile, I have a long distance relationship. We're thinking about getting married, all this stuff. And I have the landlord hitting on me and trying to do stuff with
All right,
me.
Gary, just for my own satisfaction, age similar to yours, much older. Was she attractive?
She was 55 to 60 years old. I was 26, 25 at the time.
Okay.
So much older. She was, I guess, attractive, but not to the point where no. I would say on a scale, I'd say she was like a 5 or a 6.
Okay.
Do you like succulents?
Most people understand what I'm talking about.
Well, I have to ask Gary because in the little notification up here it says that she would do naked yoga.
Oh yeah. So after that encounter, and I got up and told her I had to go to bed. She then started to do my laundry impromptu. Like she would go into my room, take my laundry, and wash it for me.
No.
Instead of me going to the laundromat and just doing it. And then she would do naked yoga. And the way she did that is that normally she would do yoga in the morning and she'd have it on. So I knew that she was out there and I didn't want to bother her. Well, she was, I guess, smart enough to mute it. So I would go out there and be surprised at her doing naked yoga. And then she would do the dishes with like see-through shorts on to go ahead and try to rile me up. And I stayed there for, like, me being so naive and not thinking anything of it. I stayed there to reap the benefits for like another 10 months.
Wow.
Until I moved out.
Wow. And this behavior kept happening?
Yeah, it just kept happening, and I didn't have the balls to be like, listen, I don't want anything to do with you. I was just like, hey, she's gonna do my laundry. Awesome.
Yeah.
So you played along to get your laundry cleaned, a $400 tab, which is excellent per month. At any point did you get any other perks?
I mean, I didn't have to pay for electric or water or anything like that. Occasionally she would buy me dinner.
All right.
So I was, I guess she was my sugar mama.
Dude, that's what it sounds like. To watch a piece of age me do yoga is not so bad.
Wow. All right. Interesting. All right. Thanks, Gary. Appreciate it. All right. Well, with all these worst roommate stories, let's end with a good one.
All right.
Okay. Let's end with something a little bit opposite of what we're speaking about because I'm going to go to Lauren here. Hey, Lauren. Good morning.
Good morning. Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks. All right, Lauren. What do you want to share with us? You said this is a little different.
Yes, thank you for ending on me. This is a positive note for the people of Philadelphia. So my best friend put an ad in Craigslist for a roommate. She was filling a room. Totally random. I agree with you guys. It's crazy. We didn't want her to do it because we didn't think it was a good idea. A complete stranger living in her house. She found our friend David, and he ended up living with her. And after a couple of years, they ended up dating, and I just went to their wedding in June.
And Lauren, it says here that he sells used computer equipment, correct?
He's a normal guy.
Oh, all right. So it's one of the few we get actually going the distance. I like that.
Still no way.
Thank you, Lauren.
Way
I
on
appreciate it.
earth.
No way. I know, yeah.
I don't care if there's the potential of love.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, this show, Netflix's Worst Roommate Ever, does it cover several stories,
Yes.
I assume?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like stuff like that.
Yeah, so
it makes me feel uncomfortable, but I like stuff
It does.
like
And
that.
the first one out of the park, the first episode, is a real mind blower.
Okay, wow, interesting. All right, well, thank you for sharing. We appreciate it. We got to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. Some bizarre file stories on the way. Got some really good ones for you today. We're going to talk to James Murray a little bit later on. Murr from Impractical Jokers. Jackie Bam Bam has a special announcement to make, and we get a vocal performance coming up in a bit too. We'll tell you about it in a moment. Stay put. Other forms of overseas
all that
Chinese
stuff.
cuisine consisting of meat, often chicken, fish, beef, shrimp, or pork, and eggs cooked quickly with vegetables such as bean sprouts, cabbage, and celery, and bound in a starch-thickened sauce. It's typically served with rice, but can become the Chinese-American form of chow mein.
Chow mein.
With the addition of stir-fried noodles. So essentially, it's chow mein, but with rice.
I would love chow mein.
Chow. I've had chow mein many times, so it's and what's interesting is some Chinese 93.3 WMMR, everything rocks. Red Hot Chili Peppers, and by the way, it is 10:33, and we are wrapping up our program today. Being a Wednesday morning, but feeling more like a Friday because obviously we got Thanksgiving tomorrow. We're wrapping up the work week this week. I do want to mention, and I failed to say anything about it this morning, but we made the announcement yesterday that our Christmas Miracle broadcast is happening again this year. It's going to be at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville, December 19th. And broadcasting live, giving away great prizes. And we've changed the name from the Ugly Sweater Contest to what it's become, the Christmas Costume Contest.
Which is terrific.
People dress up as trees and characters from the show with a Christmas vibe to it. And you can still just, be an ugly sweater wearer and potentially win some prizes too. We're not going to discount those, but we thought it would elevate it a little bit by changing the name.
I mean, when you look out from the stage point of view out to the audience and you see a sea of the most incredible Yuletide, in some cases traditional, and sometimes insane, it's amazing.
So we will have that set up. We'll start doing giveaways next week. We'll tell you what you need to do as far as all of that goes. Would like to thank our guests in the studio. Today we had David Josefsberg and Lucas Hallauer from Back to the Future. The musical, which is at the Academy of Music Ensemble Arts Philly.org to get your tickets. So. And if you missed it, a very big announcement, yet another in a series of big announcements that have come out this year. Today is Nick's final day, and therefore this is the last break on the Preston and Steve Show with Nick McElwain, moving on per his own choice, and is, kind of heading out into the great beyond, the great blue yonder.
Yeah, I mean, I said it before this morning, but 26 years at MMR, 21 years with the Preston and Steve Show. I started as an intern. I worked for Pierre for 3 years. I worked in the promotions department, and then I joined you guys in September of 2004 at Y100, and then came back here when everybody signed and came over in May of 2005, and it's been quite a run. I cannot express how grateful to both of you I am for giving me a job, for giving me a life, for just everything you've ever done for me. I will never be able to repay you, but just know how grateful I am and how much on a daily basis I'm going to miss you, but I just plan on seeing you anyway. You know, you're not getting rid of me.
Yeah.
And I'm going to come to the Pierre concert in December. And I'm also going to disconnect for a little bit. I'm going to shut it down for a little while and check the F out for a bit and just kind of recenter.
Would the statement, we guess what I get to do, be appropriate?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
we don't know what you're doing. But
guess what I get to do. You know what? The guess part of that is you're really accurate. Guess.
Right.
I don't know.
Wow.
Not an inkling?
I have some ideas. Yeah, I have some proverbial irons in the fire, and we'll see if any of them pan out. But I'm not joining the B101 morning show. So if anybody was thinking that ain't happening.
Well, by the way,
they'd be like, oh, no. No.
The next time we hear you will actually be tomorrow morning.
Yes.
Or at some point in the day, because the Thanksgiving radio special, Pierre's producers present. So Kevin Gunn, Michael Anthony Thompson, Jason Fion, Pancake, and Ryan Shuttleworth, who, by the way, now will be a member of the Preston and Steve Show.
Yeah.
Ryan is, we're going to change things up a little bit. Marissa is going to move from her position on the other side of the glass in the producers area. What do we even call that area? I've never really even given it a name. In the control room.
Yeah.
Thank you. And is going to move here in the studio to do traffic from here and be fully present all
Information
the time.
Getter.
And Ryan will take that position, and Ryan will be, his voice will be heard on the program as well. Of course, you hear him weekends here at MMR. You heard him a gazillion times on Pierre's show. So we're very happy that Ryan is going to be a continued member of WMMR because he is a valuable source.
And he proved how invaluable during this troubling and just daunting time we've gone through.
Oh, my God.
It's been a major asset.
And with Pierre passing, Ryan's kind of fate was up in limbo.
Yes.
And so we're happy to bring him into the fold, and he seems really excited about being a part of the show. He's blowing us a kiss right now.
That's good.
And Sam will remain over there, too. Sam is awesome. For those who haven't had a chance to meet him, he doesn't like to go on the air. He
does not.
much, but he does a lot of work behind the scenes. So,
but his ice sculptures are impeccable.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. I don't know why we didn't feature that at Camp Out
I
for
had
Hunger.
no idea. I mean, that thing looks like Rudy Valley.
Is that who that is?
Yeah, with the megaphone?
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't.
Rudy Valley had a megaphone?
Yeah.
I don't know that.
We have Ray Koob in our studio. Hey, man.
How you doing?
Good. Nice to see you.
Hey, nice Rudy Valley reference. Only you and I get that.
You know they used to sing through it like
sure.
Yeah. Swanee.
Yeah.
Ray?
Just because you guys don't remember 60s movies. Remember the old movies in the 60s? You'd watch your grandma and stuff like that?
Right.
Or was that just me?
I don't know. I have an old Playboy from 1979 over here.
Yeah, if you want to spank it.
Flip through that.
Spank it.
It's an inch thick.
Really? That must be a birthday
Wow,
fact.
I'm sorry to hear that, Ray.
No. The Playboy. Must have been a special edition.
It is.
Mrs. Koob, I don't know how to tell you this.
It's the 25th anniversary issue.
Your son's penis. Well.
Sorry about that.
He'll be a great lock picker.
Ray, do you have a letter for us?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Okay.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
E.
All right, E as in?
Eagles.
Okay.
What are you thinking? Come on, man. I can't wait till Friday afternoon. It's 2 games within 7. Come on.
All right, we'll take caller number 660-660-9333. Let's see if you happen to know what our word of the week is. Do you want to mention anything that you're doing on the program today?
No, I'm just here.
Okay.
Happy to be here and spending some time with everybody before the Thanksgiving holiday and the big to-do tomorrow with Alice's Restaurant. Can't wait for that as well. It's an annual event in everybody's house and part of the experience, I think, of coming home for people who are driving in now for the festivities of the weekend. Welcome home.
And you know what? If you don't hear this enough, and you're a legacy, you're a foundational part of everything here, and you have, and I think, of course it is a compliment, you have a lot of the warmth that the great Pierre Robert had, and the way you approach your persona on air is very comforting. So,
thank you.
Yes.
Are you playing the Welcome Home Pierre promo?
I've been playing it every hour for the last few days.
Have you?
On the weekend and all. Sure.
Can we play that right now?
Yeah. Sure.
It's the best.
It is.
It has been one of my most favorite things to come out of this radio station. And it would only get played, around this time of year. And I just never failed to get me choked up anytime. So, Case, if I'll hit it here. I just want to play this.
Yeah.
Tap your heels together 3 times and think to yourself, there's no place like home. There's no place like home.
No matter how far you've gone or where you've been, it's great to have you back.
Mama, I'm coming home. Who says you can't go home? Listening to the radio, it sounds like welcome home.
Back home to the station that's been the soundtrack of Philadelphia since 1968.
Home when my music's playing. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. I'm on my way. Home, sweet home.
93.3 WMMR. Welcome home.
We're coming home again someday to the town that rocked the nation, Philadelphia, PA.
I just love his voice so much.
The best.
Yeah.
And one of the greatest experience I will never forget is that was used during the fireworks display and drone tribute to Pierre, and it just sounded magnificent.
Amazing.
Well, in his honor, I will be making several left turns today.
Okay.
Excellent.
And,
You can spill some coffee?
Well, I'm sorry, Rodney, but I'm probably going to have to.
Pull one out for your homie.
I have my, but I see my water is safe. See, I can do this upside down, but it's not going to spill anywhere. But the coffee is always a risk.
Yeah. Yep.
And lots of great rock and roll as we get ready to feast together, welcoming people back to Philly and back for the holiday.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Before we go, happy Thanksgiving to all of you guys, to Preston and Casey and Steve and Marissa. I love you guys, and I'm going to miss you. And thank you for everything again. And I can't say how much I love you all and how much I love the listeners. And so this is the last time that my voice is heard live on WMMR. It's been quite a run, and I can't say enough good things about what this radio station is, what it is for Philadelphia, and what it's meant to me personally.
Well, I'm sure we'll be hearing from you again, Nick. So I'm sure that's going to happen, but love right back to you, man. All right, we still need to get a winner. Let's go to caller number 6, and let's give this away. And it is Chris, who we will go to. Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Good morning. Happy Thanksgiving. Good luck, Dick.
Thank you.
All right, what is the word of the week?
I believe it's ate, A-T-E.
That is correct. Great day in the morning. I love you. All right, so Chris, we got you this cool prize pack. It's called the Flyers Santa Sack, and will include a pair of lower-level Flyers tickets, an autographed item, food, and beverage voucher. And Philadelphia Wings lacrosse tickets, it is everything that you need for a game in one gift. And you can get your Flyers Santa Sack now only at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com. Let me put you, I can't put them on hold. It says it's locked,
locked
Casey.
It somehow. I don't know how to unlock it. I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to turn off this monitor. Right. We'll have them in the other room work on that. All right, I will take this moment to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and also brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers. Check off your whole list at Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's holiday diamond destination. Next week on the program, we will have Christmas Miracle Passes to give away. We have comedian Jared Freed, and we also have comedian Dylan Carlino.
Nice.
And I'm sure several other things will be added to the list as well. So that is it. We are done. Rage on. We want you to, and have a great day in the morning, of course. And we want you to have a fantastic and safe Thanksgiving. And Nick, we love you. We wish you nothing but the best, my man.
Thanks, guys. Love you.
All right. That's it. Bye-bye, guys.
Mm-hmm.